Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our BOC meeting. Tonight, we have a special guest with us, Father Harros. Welcome to our meeting. I'm calling to order the regular session meeting of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, December 15, 2020 at 6:30 p.m. Ms. Jacobs, roll call, please.
Mayor LaHousas.
Here.
Vice Mayor Carr.
Here.
Commissioner Terrapini is absent and excused. Commissioner Donovan.
Here.
Commissioner Vaticiotis.
Here.
Tonight's invocation will be given by the city attorney, following with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you please stand.
Our Heavenly Father, let us take a moment to thank God for all that we have been given and for bringing such a fine group of people, dedicated and enthusiastic, together today. I'm proud to be among you. We ask for God's help to give our individual and collective gifts to our community, to regularly refurbish our intentions, to give of ourselves in ways that make a difference to our families, to our city, to our nation, to a world grown so small that can be explored and conquered with the click of a mouse, to keep our wits during a time replete with distractions and political uncertainty, to maintain our focus and determination, and to fuel our work with vigor, stamina, and a hearty spirit. For all of this and a few doses of good luck and grace, we give our thanks. This we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the agenda tonight, we have some items that will need to be, they're very lengthy, so we're going to have many testimonies and discussions, so I think we should be, and I don't think we'll be able to finish the agenda. So with the approval of my fellow commissioners, I would like to defer the following items. Number one, which is the clerk's office design phase update. Number 9, the direction of the Sponge Docks Gateway signs. Number 11 is the award file number 210051 CAM purchase of vehicles utilizing Sourcewell contract number 2021-1207-16 NAF vehicles, cars, vans, SRVs, and the light trucks with related equipment and accessories. Number 60 is a library bench removal update and the entire CRA agenda, items 1 through 5. My fellow commissioner agrees. I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to defer those listed items by the mayor to, do we need a time certain or just to defer
They
into
will
January?
be scheduled January 12, 2021.
Okay, to January 12th, 2021.
Second.
Ms. Jacobs, roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis.
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr.
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas.
Yes, thank you. Just for housekeeping rules, tonight we are going to have many who want to speak on a topic. Please note that if someone has sent an email to the city clerk, ask that the email to be read into the record. That person cannot speak or donate their time to anyone on the same item. And I also like to remind to everyone that all public comments must be directed only to the chair of the meeting in a professional manner, with a respect, without a personal attacks. And now we go into the consent agenda.
Any public comments?
Oh, yes, you're right. We should do that first. We're now going to the public comments of the items that will not be discussed tonight. If anyone has any comments, please come forward, state your name and your address. You'll be given 4 minutes.
Peter Delacus, 514 Ashland Avenue. My first comment would be shame, shame, shame on Gus Bilirakis for putting his name to an amicus brief supporting the Texas AG's suit to invalidate legal votes cast by 4 states. That's denying the people of those states their representation. Now, my second comment. This article was in the December 6th perspective section of the St. Pete Times. I'll just read sections of it. I won't read the whole thing. If you wish to hear the whole thing, you may look at it. It's 30% by 2030 is a great plan for conservation by Audrey Peterman. As someone who has been privileged to visit more than 180 places in America's national park system, plus scores of national forests and wildlife refuges, I am overjoyed by the Biden-Harris administration proposal to conserve 30% of our country's land and oceans for the enjoyment and sustenance of the public. Their goals of accomplishing this by 2030 may seem distant, but it also makes me tearful to recall the meeting called by Florida Governor Bob Graham at the turn of the 21st century to find ways to get more lands protected and meet the needs of our exploding population. The pandemic has revealed how desperately people need access to nature. Parks nurture our physical and mental health, and doctors around the country are prescribing walks in nature and time spent in the outdoors as a way to minimize some of our most chronic health issues, such as high blood pressure and diabetes. The twin perils of a deadly pandemic and accelerating climate change make it urgent for Americans to protect our environment, to protect our people. Time and again, development in Florida has destroyed communities, turning neighborhoods into expensive high-rises and gated communities. Many politicians have prioritized growth over the needs of community members, even go so far as limiting input and access in the democratic process. It's time to counter the scales that developers have long tipped in their favor. Biden's climate plan includes a focus on protecting biodiversity, slowing extinction rates, and helping leverage natural areas to reduce climate impacts. That goal is shared by major national groups and global advocacy groups. The 3030 campaign is a wonderful opportunity for the United States to be a worldwide leader for conservation. Local, state, and national leaders have a part to play in global conservation. I encourage them to show their support for this bold goal. Many Americans are looking to the great outdoors to find solace. We look forward to the day when parks and green space are readily available and accessible in every neighborhood, and every Floridian has an equal opportunity to participate and benefit from the sustainable growth of our communities. I invite local and state leaders to join in by supporting 3030 conservation goals. You have that opportunity.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else wants to speak? No, please keep it to the podium like it is. Thank you.
This?
Yes, just like it was. Just like it was, straight. Just like it was. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Anybody donating their time for me to be speaking today is just doing that. These are all my thoughts and expressions. I have my mother online who's clicking the button right now, Otto Biltris as well, and Annie Samarkis.
Excuse me, is your mother present? Is your mother present here?
Mr. Jeb, can you see if Maria Kuyas online has clicked the hand?
So you got 2 minutes, 6 minutes
Otto
total.
Biltris and Annie Samarkis.
6 minutes total. The other person?
Otto Biltris, who's attending online.
Otto Biltris, who's attending online.
Other person. You need to identify the person.
Anybody else have 2 minutes they can donate for me? Otto Biltris.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
we do have Maria Koulias and Otto Biltris.
Shame
Okay.
on
I'm here.
Just go ahead and be.
I'm here.
you. Be professional.
Mr. Biltris is here.
Panayoti
you,
Kuyas,
sir.
595 Peninsula Avenue, Tarpon Springs, Florida, 34689. Good evening, Tarpon Springs. I want to wish everyone happy holidays and a Merry Christmas. It is the best time of the year in the greatest city there is. There are two big issues on tonight's agenda. Item 3, Epiphany Procession, and item 15, Anclote Harbors. We Tarponites are fighting for religious freedom, principle, and preserving our beautiful city. Before we get into the bulk of my presentation, I want to ask everyone attending via Zoom and watching from home to hang tight regarding item 15, Anclote Harbor. The mayor and city manager, of course, put one of the most important items in the history of Tarpon Springs on the docket last. They did it for a reason. They want everyone attending online to get tired, lose interest, and disconnect from the meeting. That's what the Good Old Boy Network wants. That's what the corrupt do. Be ready to click your phone or click the mouse to speak. You will see the raise hand symbol. Click it and it will highlight blue. It will stay blue and the moderator will give you the unmute button to click and speak. Imagine if we reach out to people and let them engage with the citizens. Tonight's theme, Tarpon Springs, is the corrupt City Hall carousel. Perfect time for the holidays. They come, go, forming their circles/cliques and protecting their interests. We are waiting to hear answers from Cindy Terrapini, Townsend Terrapini, John Terrapini, and David Banther.
Sir, let me interrupt you. Do not, no professional, it will be no personal attacks. If you
There's
do that
nothing
again, I
personal
will stop you.
attacks.
If you do that, I will stop you. Okay? Don't do that again.
David is supposed to tell us whether he wants a homegrown city manager or one from a national search. The people are waiting. I sent a public email December 9th to the board. The citizens of Tarpon Springs and myself want a clear understanding of what role Commissioner Terrapini's involvement is with the Anclote Harbor project. What role does Townsend and David Banther have in all of this, and have they planned or already agreed to lease on behalf of this property in the future? We would like full disclosure of their involvement with Anclote Harbor, if any.
This is an item, Mayor, that's going to be talked about later. So
This is a public comment and an email.
this is a public
the
comment
setup.
that's not going to be talked about and further on in the meeting. So
Yeah.
I'm starting to worry about David's involved too. We just want clarification, that's all. I stated, I wanted to mention once again, Townsend will be excused from tonight's meeting that personally involves his and his family's interests, just like the marina and the development his stepmother presented off of Klosterman. How convenient. He can't sit and handle the heat. I believe it to be an embarrassment to the citizens of Tarpon Springs and the nepotism in City Hall. It must feel good to be part of the Licorice Terrapini era. The government in Tarpon Springs is a house of cards the citizens are slowly starting to see. The fact that the city manager, Mrs. Vincent, and Morgan Group is pushing agenda readings on this Walmart development in back-to-back irregular weeks is a joke. City management, the Terrapinis, and the Good Old Boy Network are pushing it through during COVID and most importantly,
Mayor,
during
this
the
is an
holiday
agenda item we're
season.
talking about tonight
You
again.
make a motion.
This was a
Yeah.
public email I sent. I'm reading the public email I sent that
Mr.
you all
Koulias,
received.
this item's going to be discussed later tonight. So this is a public comment for any items that aren't going to be
You ought to
discussed
speak
tonight.
something general, and you can, during that item 15, you can actually express yourself that has to do
In
with that.
general, okay. In general, Mayor, you are really good friends with John Terrapini, are you not?
John,
So-
please sit down. Stop. This, I gave you a warning. Sit down. You had enough. Sit down.
You're
Sit
violating
down.
our First Amendment right to freedom of
Yes,
speech.
sit down. I want to apologize to the audience. That's not the way we should conduct city business here. Should be in a professional manner and not like that. Do we have anybody else wishing to speak?
Mayor, I've got a quick comment if you don't mind.
None. Let me go to the public comment, please. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jam, do we have any attendees wishing to speak? on
If
Zoom?
anyone would like to speak on items that are not on the agenda tonight, if you would raise your hand, you'll be allowed in. And we do have 2 raised hands at this time.
If you please put him on Zoom, connect him.
I've connected Mr. William Russ, if you could unmute yourself. And we can hear you now. If you would state your name and address for the record. You just muted yourself. And they're not answering at this time, and they've lowered their hand, so I'll allow the next person in. If you would like to speak on items not on the agenda, I'm sorry, this is Ms. Kulias who has already given her time. I'll lower your hand, and if there is anyone else who is in attendance that would like to speak. And we do not have any other raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Carr.
Sorry, so we did just get 2 more people who raised their hands. If you could unmute and state your name and address for the record.
Hello,
Yes.
can you
if
hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Rose Athis. My address is 825 Poinsettia Avenue, Tarpon Springs.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'd just like to make a comment asking for the city to please allow the Epiphany event. Is that my understanding that they're going to vote whether
Excuse me,
to
ma'am,
celebrate
that's
it or not?
Item number 3.
I'm sorry?
That'll, Go
The
ahead.
Epiphany is on item number 3 on the agenda. We are now, I have public comments on the items that were not going to be discussed tonight.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank
And I
you. ma'am.
appreciate
I
it.
thought that was an item on the meeting tonight.
Yes, it is. That's item number 3. If you please call back. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll allow the next number in. This is a phone call. If you could unmute yourself. Sorry, sir, but they don't seem to be unmuting themselves. I'll try and see if there's another. And once again, if you could try unmuting yourself, if you're on a phone, I do believe that is *9 to unmute. And they're not responding at this time. And we do not have any other raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Carr, you want to comment?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment, and I'm excited to see the public interest in this meeting tonight. So thank you all for being here. There's been multiple accusations over the past few months of corruption, House of Cards, et cetera, being on the Board of Commission. Just for clarity, after insurance, I take home about $19 a month as being a commissioner. And I know the other commissioners, it's not for the money at all that we're doing this. It's not self-interest or anything along those lines. So I just want to make it clear to the public and to everyone watching that it's out of a servant's heart that we're up here. We hear both sides of the story. It's not about an individual or it's not about a certain project, but we really have to weigh what's coming before us. There's also strict laws in place if there is corruption that we would go to jail for a very long time and face a very large fine. So just for clarification, you may hear that the board's corrupt, the city hall's messed up, and all this other things. We have one of the most dedicated staffs that we have here in Tarpon Springs that care about our city and care about the residents. So I just want to point that out, that we have a lot of caring staff that really evaluate everything they have to do in each of their departments, and call that out to say, I think I really stand behind our city manager right now and the staff for what they're preparing to bring before us. There's a lot of background work that goes in behind these projects, and to see the agenda that comes before us. So I just want to bring some clarity from sitting as a commissioner and vice mayor. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We are now going to the consent agenda. Item number 2 is the attorney fees, Traska Dino invoice 12/3/2020. Number 3 is a special event, Epiphany procession. Number 4 is the award file number 210072, CAM, purchase of equipment utilizing Florida Sheriff's Association contract number FSA 20 EQU 18-0, heavy equipment. Number 5 is the award file number 210070, NJJ, single source purchase of legal and promotion advertising. Number 4 is to approve number 6 is to approve Swiftmont Water Conservation Grant Agreement. And number 7, execution of mutual aid agreement. A, Pinellas County Sheriffs and Pinellas County municipalities, and B is the city of Newport. It's in number 8 is the award bid number 210050BAM, Dorset Park basketball courts upgrades. I would like to pull item number 3. Any other items that you'd like to pull?
No.
Okay. Are there any commission comments on the items 2 through 8 with the exception of 3? Okay. Are there any public comments on the items 2 through 8 with the exception of 3? Here none. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any emails?
No emails on those items.
Mr. Jab, do we have any attendees wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak on these items, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr,
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas.
Yes. Number 3, item number 3 is a special event, the Epiphany procession. Staff report, Mr. Licorice.
Turn it over to Bob Kojin, Police Chief, to make the report on this special event.
Honorable Mayor, Board of Commissioners, can you hear me with this mask on?
Yes.
Yes.
Coming through clear? Okay, thank you. This is Chief Robert Cochin, Tarpon Springs Police Department. I just want to start off kind of where we are today with COVID-19, because in emergency management, we work on these stats all the time, and our goal is always public safety and public health. So that's the overriding theme tonight. But currently in the United States, the deaths have just surpassed 300,000. It took 27 days to go from 250,000 deaths to 300,000 deaths. This is the fastest 50,000 death jump since the pandemic began. Some models project that the deaths in the US could reach 500,000 before vaccines become widely available in the spring or summer. The total cases in Florida have reached 1,134,383 cases, according to the Florida Department of Health. Total deaths in Florida have reached 20,271, another stat provided by the Florida Department of Health. Pinellas County has 38,118 positive cases with almost 1,000 deaths. This makes COVID-19 a public health crisis, and that's the overriding theme in emergency management. Regardless of what you may hear in the community, regardless of what people may say, we are always interested in public safety and public health, and we are always interested in working with folks. The Epiphany event, with being in the middle of a very serious pandemic, has not only become a security concern, which it always is, and we have always worked very well with the church. We have the father present and a lot of church officials present, and we really do have a great working relationship with the church, and I'm proud of that, and I think that feeling is definitely reciprocal. But not only is this a security concern, it's now become a public health concern. And I think no one can deny that. we're in the middle of one of the worst pandemics since 1918. I read a book on the 1918 pandemic, and we had almost 675,000 deaths in the United States. God, let's hope we don't get there with this. So originally, giving you a little background on Epiphany, how we work Epiphany, we usually meet with the church officials months in advance, and we start talking about the event. This year, that same process occurred, and we talked with the church, and in the beginning, the church was pretty much resigned to the fact that it was going to be a very small event down at the Bayou, and that they would have their regular church service at the cathedral. It did, again, we work with them, we talk about things, we look at things from an emergency management perspective. We eventually agreed with the church to have the original event that we had sent you, which we had concerns with. We didn't know if we could adequately police it or adequately provide public health, safety measures at this event, but we approved the event and we sent it to you. On December 14th, I received a call from the Pinellas County Sheriff, and we had a long conversation about Epiphany. Now, most people have to understand that we work very closely with the Sheriff's Department. We have a great working relationship with them. Also, the Sheriff is very much involved in county emergency management, and the Sheriff minced no words with me. He said, I cannot support this event if you're going to have a large crowd, what we call a mass event, occurring down around the Bayou. You're not going to be able to control it. I'm not going to support it. And the Sheriff told me tonight, just before this meeting, I would stop it. So I agreed with the Sheriff on his concerns. I'm being very honest. I'm the police chief here. Public health is paramount. This is not about religious discrimination. This is not about trying to take a shot at the church. This is not about anything other than public health and security, bottom line. So I met with Mark and we had a long conversation about this. And, we decided we got to get the emergency management team together real quick, because without the Sheriff's Department, this event doesn't occur. If I don't have deputies up here and I don't have other chiefs and agencies sending people up here because they're worried about their people being exposed, I can't do the event. It becomes a major public safety problem, bottom line. So our EOC group came up with a revised plan, and we met with the church on a Zoom conference, and all the church officials were there, and that was done yesterday afternoon. Again, we respect the church. We want to work with the church. We have a very good working relationship with the church. We presented our plan and came to somewhat of an agreement that the event at the Bayou, now again, we are not regulating what happens at the church. That's where the governor's executive orders come into play. We have the absolute right to regulate what happens on a city public land, period. The governor's executive order only pertains to what occurs in, and I repeat, in churches, synagogues, or houses of worship. The city, under our ordinances, and the city attorney has verified this, we have the right to approve a special event with conditions. And remember, the overriding concerns with this public event is security and now public health because of COVID-19. We thought we had an understanding with the church about an even more pared down event down around Spring Bayou. Again, we're not stopping the cross from being thrown in the water. We're not stopping the divers from going in. We're not stopping church officials or families or other dignitaries from going down there socially distanced and working on a plan with CDC guidelines. We're not stopping that. If you hear that in the community, that we're stopping Epiphany, that is not true. We are trying to work to make Epiphany happen, but we're trying to do it in a prudent way that protects public health and protects security. So we sent that plan to the commission, and this afternoon, the church sent you a revised plan. Now, the way that should have worked, and again, no disrespect to anybody in the church, we have a great working relationship, it should have came through us, because we would have sat down again and started to hash this thing out. We want to work with people. And I believe our original plan, or the plan that we first sent you after I talked to the sheriff, I told the city manager, and our EOC staff agrees with that, we have flexibility. We want to work with the church. This is like a strategic plan. You have the overlay, and then we sit down, if approved by you, and we work with the church on all the finer details. And we want to be flexible. We want to let the church have the best event they can in a pandemic. So we sent back through the city manager some of the things that we think we can agree on and some of the things we can't agree on. And those have been outlined to you. They're in the backup. They're outlined in blue. It went through our whole emergency management team. And again, this is not that, we want to fight with the church. We do not want to fight with the church. Our overriding concern is always public health and security, bottom line. So here we are. We have a plan that we think can work. We have a plan that the sheriff supports. And again, I have to have resources from other agencies to do this event. If they do not come, or if they refuse because of large crowds down at the bayou, I cannot do this event from a safety and health crisis perspective. And again, people have to understand there's been things thrown around in the community, and of course, everybody is entitled to their opinion. I respect that. But that the city has approved all these events. But what's not told to you is that when we look at large events, and Epiphany, and rightfully so, is the largest event that this city has. We have canceled our Christmas parade. We have canceled every First Friday event. We have canceled Snow Place like Tarpon. We have canceled numerous upon numerous of business events that go on in this city because of large crowds. So again, this has nothing to do with religion or the church. It has everything to do with security and public health. So we believe we have a workable plan. We believe that we can continue to work with the church and be flexible on what happens down at Spring Bayou. And we really do need your support on that plan. I know there'll be opinions, and I know there'll be a lot of public comments. Those are all to be respected. But at the end of the day, emergency management is always interested in public health and security. And those are the two overriding concerns that have to be paramount over everything else. And I will tell you, I'm very concerned that if this plan somehow gets altered to allow a lot of people down at the bayou, we are going to have a major issue with Pinellas County, and it's going to throw a big wrench into our plans. And the sheriff wanted me to relay that to this commission tonight. I just spoke with him, and I share his concerns. As your police chief, that's my mindset. And I turn this over to the commission for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Last week, I had the opportunity to speak to the president of the Greek community, St. Nicholas Greek community, Mr. Maynard, regarding the Epiphany celebration. The leaders of the Greek community are very concerned about the safety of the people and during the Epiphany celebration. And even though that the Epiphany is the biggest holiday that we have in Tarpon Springs, we're known as the Epiphany City. Safety comes first. And I know the leaders of the Greek community care about the safety of the people as well. I'd like to express my appreciation to the leaders of the Greek community as well as the staff and the city emergency management team, as well as the county, for working together to provide us the plan to make sure that we keep our tradition, but at the same time, the people of Tarpon Springs are going to be safe. Vice Mayor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. Chief, you mentioned something along the lines of a lot of people that the sheriff said. Is there like a number that falls into that of a lot of people, or is that just going to be like large?
That's a great question. The trick with that is you have all kinds of definitions of what they call mass gatherings. WHO has definitions, CDC has definitions. And what we try and do in emergency management is we try and work with the federal government, the county, and all of our fellow stakeholders, and we really try and apply common sense. So I think when you look at a large gathering, when you look at Epiphany and the potential for hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of people to come in around the bayou, where we have officers and deputies, you got to remember, I mean, we have, and I can't really talk about it, but we've had issues of COVID in the PD. The sheriff has had issues. If we start getting officers with COVID and shutting down shifts, that's a big problem for us. It's a big problem for the sheriff. That's a big problem for any other agency providing support for this event. So we're concerned about the magnitude of what can happen around the bayou if we don't stop people from coming down there. Only those that are obviously authorized, church officials, families of the kids that are diving, stuff like that, things that we will work out and define the details of the plan. And the sheriff is on board with that, and some of the other agencies like FDLE and all these other agencies that lend us support, they're very much on board with it. So, I mean, I hope I try to answer your question. It's not easy to answer because
Sure.
you could say, if I have 100 people in the corner of that room and no one has a mask on, that's a problem.
Yeah.
So really it depends on the circumstances. It depends on the event. It depends on all these other attendant facts that are going on.
Mayor, is there someone here representing the church?
Oh, I'm sure they're allowed. Go to public comments later.
I just have a question. Whoever's been the applicant, whoever did the application.
After we finish with the commission comments, we're going to go to that. Unless you want to throw your question now.
Well, I mean, there's some questions there's some concerns or questions that I have just from the event. I'm in full support of the event happening. I think it's an important thing to continue. I think it's a special thing that we see that the public comes together and the community comes together to celebrate the baptism of Jesus in the Jordan River on an annual basis. It's not something you see really anywhere else in the country. And to publicly proclaim Jesus' baptism is a special event. And so to me, I cherish that. I grew up one house off the bayou. This is something I attended very often. I don't have any Greek heritage, but although I grew up in Tarpon, maybe I'm an adopted Greek. I don't know how you consider me. There's some things that I just want some clarification on is the number of divers I saw was ranging 18 years old. I mean, I am supportive of having the different age divers. I don't know how many numbers that would be. That would be something I would like some clarification on. And whoever's going to speak, they could do this when the mayor allows. I'm just going to put some questions out there. I would like to see this as like a more private event and not open to the public. So it would be the church congregation or the parishioners would attend. It wouldn't be individuals from maybe Land O'Lakes or Palm Harbor or Clearwater to come up to the event. Maybe we could look at a ticketing system that similar in the past. I know there's been wristbands there's a limited number, or we know that it's limited to the parishioners and the congregation. There's a large amount of space around the bayou. I think that could be blocked off or barricaded off specifically for the church. So at that point, we wouldn't be having individuals coming from out of town that are not part of the church to attend the ceremony. My understanding on the backup also, it shows that it's going to be live streamed as well, which I think is a great opportunity. It's always covered live by the news, but the Greek church is willing to live stream it also online. So it gives the individuals, the public that are not congregation members to attend and watch online. So let's see. I'm in favor of the city putting out some information and signage that would put this out sooner to get the word out, press releases, et cetera, through the news. I think this would help pull people back. I'm not in support of boats. And I think ultimately if we limit it to the congregation, I think we would have a nice socially distanced event when you wrap all the way around to the War Memorial and around the bayou to the north as well from the city dock. So I think the city could come together. I appreciate the chief and the city staff, and I appreciate the Greek church and everyone from the community here working together and trying to figure out the best way to come up with a solution for the celebration this year. I don't have any further comments right now.
Commissioner Donovan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you everybody for coming tonight. I know we got church members, church leaders, former cross retrievers. So that's nice. Overall, Epiphany is a unique event. It's important to the city and it's important to the church. And just like in years past, we're doing our best to make sure that it goes on. And I think, we already agree on what's important. Here tonight with the staff proposed plan, the board sentiments, and I'm sure what the public wants, the Epiphany tradition is going to continue. The blessing of the water is going to be performed. The divers are going to get their chance to dive, and their family members are going to be there to support them. I think those are the most important aspects of Epiphany, and I think that's already clear. So, tonight I want to give everybody a chance to make their public comments, and we can discuss the details moving forward. But I just want to clarify, Epiphany is not going to be canceled.
Commissioner Vaticius.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Commissioner or Vice Mayor Carr, can you kind of summarize what you were describing about going around the War Memorial and things of that nature?
Oh, it would be, for instance, they would come down the entrance of the steps possibly or something. I don't know where the entrance would be, but there would be enough room for them to social distance from the city dock around to the War Memorial spaced out.
You mean to have observers there?
Yeah, the parishioners in the congregation, not necessarily the public from Tarpon Springs or other cities that would be coming into town to view.
Okay, I mean, I don't think, I don't want to ask you how's that supposed to be regulated, but I'm going to kind of think about that a little bit, but I appreciate your comments. Commissioner Donovan, are you endorsing the city's staff's plan?
What's laid forward currently and what the city staff already agrees to right now is that the tradition's going on, they're going to go down, they're going to bless the waters. We're not, regulating anything that happens within the actual church. And most importantly, what I really want to see preserved is that the family members are going to get a chance to go and support the divers. So if that comes at the expense of the public not being able to gather around the bayou as per usual, and it has to just be the family members that get that specific slot, I'm okay with that. But I want to make sure that the divers and their family members get the priority.
Okay, and you mentioned something about the band. You said the band was going to be there. Maybe I misunderstood you. That's why
No, I'm
asking.
sorry. I don't think I mentioned anything about that.
Okay. Chief, would you mind?
Oh, no. So yeah, sorry. Wristband. No, that wasn't my comment.
The wristband.
No, I mentioned something about the wristband and a ticketing system as an alternative to the wristband in years past. So that would be how people would, or congregation would get into behind the gate or behind the barricades to watch the event. So that was
Okay.
my suggestion on somehow keeping track who's who.
Okay. Chief Coach, and just for everyone here, I'm not sure I understand what the latest plan is right now. What you gave us, is that your plan, the one that you sent us to
Okay.
the city manager?
Good question. So basically, I call it an overlay. Now, like anything else, you were in the Navy, correct? So you have a strategic plan, if you will, you have an overlay. And then the emergency management team, which we have the right under the ordinance, has to have the flexibility to work with the church on all the finer details. What officer goes at what post, how we're going to work with the church to get their folks down. And we want to work with them on all of those finer details, but we can't do that here tonight. That's the job of the EOC team and the church to do. And in your question to Vice Mayor Carr, we do have a plan which will be regulated by the fire department and police, although we have to work on those finer details, that we will have overflow, and I'm going to call it the platform, if you will. We do have overflow for family members and other church officials if social distance requirements can't be met to wrap around that. We do have a plan for that. It's kind of generic, but again, as you move through this process, we have to have the flexibility to work with the church on the finer details. And we are, we're at the last hour. This is your last meeting. I hope you respect the fact that things change very quickly for us, especially with the sheriff weighing in. So I think, and I give all the EOC staff a lot of credit, we rebounded pretty quickly, and so has the church. And I will say with the church, I got to get this on the record, through this whole pandemic, they have been phenomenal at working with us. I've spoken with the father so many times about the church, and they were always concerned about social distancing. And I mean, they have been great on this whole pandemic. There's no doubt about it. And I have no doubt in my mind that hopefully we move forward here from tonight. We're going to work with the church. We're going to be able to be flexible, and we're going to have a nice event based on what we can do in a pandemic. This is a 100-year event that we're in, and these are trying times for everybody. I'm sorry, go ahead. Do you have any questions?
Okay, so let me summarize, and you tell me if I'm right or wrong.
Okay.
There's no procession. Is that correct?
We are opposed to a formal procession. And here's why. Because you'll probably have, and the church can better get a number on this. You may have 250 to 300 people at the church service. We're not regulating that. We're helping them with that. The concern is that if we have a formal procession, we could have all the parishioners, if that's the proper name, we have all the parishioners coming and flowing behind, because this is a sacred event to a lot of people. And they're going to flow behind, and we're going to be stuck with trying to corral hundreds of people from going down to the bayou. And we do not think that that's a good idea. We think it's a problem. And hold on, please. And the sheriff's department thinks it's a big problem, because they had Deputy Chief Steffens on the call with us. We work with them all the time on this event. And we have a big problem with any kind of formalized procession. The goal with the procession, if you will, is to be more informal, to work with the church to figure out how we're going to get safely all of their people down to the bayou. And we're willing to do that. We're willing to put the resources into working with the church to get folks down to the bayou in a safe way. And that's the best answer I can give you.
So we don't know how the procession is going to get from the church to the bayou at this point.
Again,
I mean,
like I
could please, Chief, yes or no?
Yeah, I know. I feel like I'm on the stand. We are going to work on the finer details with the church. That will be worked out. Right now, I don't have a specific plan for you, but again, that is, like I said, part of the finer details of what we do. We will work that out with the church.
All right, this plan here that you gave us says there will be no procession. The clergy members will make a determination with the police command post when it will be safe to proceed to the bayou. Based on what? There being a crowd there or no crowd there or what?
Well, Commissioner Vaticiotis, as we go through these trying times and we're in a situation that we've never faced, we've got probably 1,000 years of police experience working on this, to include all the expertise of the church and our emergency management officials. We will work that out. Again, what we gave you tonight was an overlay. I can't get into the weeds with you on every specific thing that we have to sit down with the church and work out, but we will work it out.
All right, Chief, all I'm saying is that you gave us a document. The recommendation and the motion is going to be to approve your document. And so it's in black and white. What you're saying is not black and white. And all I'm trying to understand is the mechanics that we're going through in trying to interpret what you've got in black and white, so there are no issues later on.
What you have in black and white is an overlay plan. It's the forest. We are going to get into the weeds with the church and work out the finer details. Again, this is not the place to do that tonight. You're dealing with security, you're dealing with public health. There are things that we can't even talk about in public that we have to devise into this plan. So again, we will work out all of the finer details, and we do that under the city manager. We do that under all the emergency management folks, the sheriff's department, FDOE. Commissioner, I can go on and on with the amount of expertise that's going to be put into this. So that's my best answer that I can give you.
Mayor, I'll be honest with you, I don't know what we're supposed to vote on tonight. Just give it a carte blanche that we're going to work this out before January 6th.
Commissioner, we'll come back to that. Let's hear what, unless you have something else you want to talk about, let's see what the.
Well, I have
public
no
comments.
further questions of Chief Coach, and I'm hoping that, as I think Vice Mayor Carr said, I hope I know the Greek community is here and would address some of these things, but my only comment so far is that, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I'm a little perplexed right now. I just don't understand we've got something that was given to us by the police chief. It's got some details in it. Vice Mayor Carr's got some thoughts. Commissioner Donovan, if I understand that you might have one or two thoughts, so it's not, I'm not clear.
I hope so.
Okay. And so, you know, my feeling is that I think the only way to do this is to approve, and I'm sorry, but I'm more apt to approve what the Greek community is requesting of us. And then as time proceeds towards January 6th, if things get worse, then these sort of things can be addressed as Chief Cochin states. And I'm sure that can be brought to us in some kind of an emergency meeting if it can't be worked out between the two sides. I'm not real comfortable on giving the police department huge flexibility, as Chief Cochin describes it, over a religious event. And I also want to remind the city staff that the property from the west of the city, the north and west of the city dock, all the way around to Reed Street is not public property. That bank and the sidewalk is private property. Check the property appraiser's records on that.
Take a look at it.
So,
I mean, would like to express,
please, I'm speaking.
Go ahead, Commissioner, sorry.
So, Mayor, that's my position this evening. If the chief doesn't really understand or know what we're doing right now, and he's scoped something out and he's asking us to give him this flexibility that puts him in control of a religious event, I'm completely against that. I think the Greek community is certainly responsible enough to understand the risk of COVID. They're not, I don't want to paint them as someone being irresponsible, and the police department is saying, no, we don't want to do what the church is saying because we don't agree with them because of a safety issue. I think the church the Greek community is more than apt to decide what's safe or not, as some things that they've already brought up. I think they've already scaled back some of the things that they've done since last year. So that's my comment so far, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I do appreciate your comments. We're going to public comments, and I'd like to ask Mr. Cumbus to come forward, being that it was the person that was working on that to start off. Mr. Cumbus? Yes, sir. Oh, okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. To answer the Vice Mayor's questions, there are 55 divers.
Mr. Theophilopoulos, let me interrupt you for a
Yes.
second. Since you are representing a group, you're allowed to have 10 minutes instead
Thank
of
you.
4.
Thank you. Jerry Thelphilopoulos, Tarpon Springs, on behalf of St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Cathedral and also the Bayou Brotherhood of prior recipients of the cross.
Mayor, can I ask for clarification real quick? Is this considered the applicant? Because wouldn't that be different for
Who's
us?
the applicant?
Okay, so would he have 10 minutes to present still, or do we have options for questions? as
This is the
applicant?
applicant, and Mr. Theophilopoulos is representing the group, so he's allowed to have 10 minutes.
Okay, so would we ask him questions though?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
To
After
ask
he's
the
finished.
Vice Mayor's questions, answer them. There are 55 divers this year that wish to partake in the dive. I want to give you a little historical background on this. The church received a call yesterday about having a Zoom meeting with the chief, with Deputy Chief Steffens from the Sheriff's Department, along with the church officials, Father Hados, our president of our community, Mr. Gombis, Anna Beliris, I believe, was involved, and some others. We were kind of caught off guard. That's the reality of it. We probably should have been contacted well in advance of yesterday. There were a lot of ideas thrown out, such as, well, 18 divers, there's 18 that are 18 years of age. Our position is it shouldn't matter whether there's 55 or 18. There's no logic or reason. There's no science or medicine behind that to say we should only have 18 divers. That's why we're requesting that all the divers dive with the proper protocol. They'll be wearing masks throughout the church service, throughout the small procession that we are requesting. And again, we have high school events that have been taking place in Tarpon Springs. This is our backyard, where we've had football teams, in excess, a total of 75 kids on the field. So we believe that 55 divers should be permitted. Again, there's no rhyme or reason behind not allowing that to occur. As for ticketing and banding, as the Vice Mayor had indicated, what we would like to see from the board, we have parishioners. They are part of this service. They wish to go down and partake in the blessing of the water, which is also a blessing of the people and the divers. That can be accommodated. This is an outdoor event, and that's something we can't forget. Indoor events are the COVID breeding grounds. Outdoor events, we can take the precautions we need. There's ample property around the bayou that everybody could be spread out, families 6 feet apart from other families. And again, wearing masks, our parishioners intend on doing that. With the thing that's bothersome is, we're in phase 3, and I understand there's issues. When you shut down and then you reopen, you're going to have some blossoming of the COVID. And that's what's happened lately. But we have restaurants in town that are 100% capacity. We have bars, 100% capacity. And to ask the church to restrict on several levels, part of it we understand. Other aspects of it we don't understand. We've agreed to pare down the procession, and what we would propose is from the church entrance, You take a left on the Pinellas Avenue, a right down Tarpon Avenue, and you are literally at the bayou and will be able to have a small procession, which will include dignitaries, clergy, obviously commission members, the mayor, other members of City Hall, and the clergy, dignitaries, the divers. So we are asking for that. We don't see why that would be an issue. If you're concerned about the church service and the mass exodus, we've already agreed that our church service will be at 50% capacity. We're talking 250 maximum members. That's not going to be a massive amount of people coming. If the city, and we've discussed this, is concerned with other churches coming, other individuals, people from the public, what our archdiocese decided was that the other communities, our other Greek Orthodox churches in Tampa Bay, are going to remain open, and they're going to have their own Epiphany services and their blessing of the waters. So we're not going to have a massive amount of Greek Orthodox from other communities coming into town. We do want some sort of system where all of our parishioners who wish to attend will be able to go down to the bayou. Rightfully so. This is their religion. This is their traditions, and they deserve it. The exterior of the doors, we've agreed for the county or for the city of Tarpon Springs to put up the signs about masks. We haven't had an issue with that. The church, Father Jaros and Nikita Mañas, the president, have done a wonderful job with the masks. We thought last year Easter would be an issue with massive amount of people coming. People didn't complain. They didn't show up. They did as we were told. The street barricades, and that's up to obviously the Tarpon Springs Police Department chief, whether they want to have barricades, whether they'll be needed or not, or whether they can just close the streets temporarily down with their cruisers to allow the parishioners and the small procession to proceed forward. The dock area being restricted, we agree. We're not opposing that whatsoever. I sent everybody a Dropbox link earlier today, and some people that contacted me from the public in our community that saw it had indicated, well, you're including all those pictures because you want to show what they did, right? I said, no. The reason I included those pictures is to show you Tarpon Springs does things right. We held the event with the Christmas tree. We did it right. We had the Bayou Boat Parade. We did that right. We can do Epiphany right. We don't need to restrict and strangle the Greek Orthodox faithful. And I know that's not what this board wants to do, that we can have our events. We've given up the Glendy. We've said we're not having a Glendy this year in order to accommodate the city and its citizens and our parishioners. We don't want them celebrating and possibly passing COVID amongst themselves, even though there's baptisms with parties afterwards, receptions, weddings, not just our community, but other communities as well. What we don't want this to end up being a protest where people are out in the streets doing what they think is right. That's not how the Greek Orthodox work. We don't plan on that. We don't want it, and we don't condone it, period. Again, I understand the chief is opposed and the sheriff is opposed to a formal procession. Again, we've devised a plan where our parishioners can be staggered when they're leaving the church. That way you don't have everybody upon each other. These are simple, basic things that our parishioners have shown already this past year that they will comply with the rules that are before them and with the wishes of the archdiocese as well as the cathedral. I don't know if anybody has any questions, but I can address them at this time.
I do. I
Yes,
have
sir.
several questions. Mr. Theophilopoulos, you said that we're going to have 55 divers this year. You will be able to keep them apart, 6 feet apart?
Absolutely.
Good. How are you going to
Absolutely.
do that? Would you please share that with us?
How we're going to do that?
Yeah.
Members of the board, as well as volunteers that we have for the cathedral, will be with the divers at all times. And then we're talking even at the church, and they will be 6 feet apart. You know, we often see soldiers marching. It's no different. We'll have them 6 feet apart. We'll have them. And again, I understand your concerns, but at the same time, you know, it would be somewhat unfair when you see we have allowed football in our own backyard.
Mr. Theophilopoulos, this is a religious holiday.
Yes, sir.
You know that I am part of the church. I am Greek Orthodox as well, and I want that to happen. But at the same time, we want to make sure everybody's safe. And you want to do the same thing.
Absolutely.
And CDC guidelines is very important to follow. You mentioned the parishioners will be, you want the parishioners to attend the ceremony down at the bayou. Tell us a little bit more how you're going to be able to keep them 6 feet apart.
Well, obviously, if a family is a joint family, they don't have to be 6 feet
Correct,
apart.
correct.
When they decide to leave the church, when we allow them to exit staggered,
Okay.
row by row, slowly by slowly,
Yeah,
they don't need to get down there immediately because we are going to have the blessing of the water
yes.
and then the dive. So there's enough time to allow them to staggered come out. Now, how can we say somebody's not going to be 6 feet apart? We can't.
Yeah,
And it's no different than what we had at the lighting of the tree, where there were people that weren't 6 feet apart.
mm-hmm.
But we have enough volunteers and personnel that are committed to, again, remind our parishioners throughout this procession, 6 feet apart.
The line of the tree, since then, the numbers have increased to a point that's scary. That's why we feel so reluctant, so scared about it, so concerned. You're going to have enough people to be able to help the faithful to be able to be 6 feet apart.
Yes, again,
Yeah.
if somebody doesn't want to do it, we can't force them.
Okay.
But again, Father Haros has educated and will continue to educate from the pulpit via email and whatever other avenues we have. But our parishioners were already told previously, you're not going to be able to partake in Easter, and they complied. So we firmly believe, and for our St. Nicholas Day, again, they complied. So I'm confident with the volunteers that we have committed. And you see all these people here today. Most of them will be volunteering, and they're here to show support. But we're confident we'll be able to have an event that will flow smoothly again, and people be masked.
We want to work together for the good of the people to make this to be, make the Epiphany to be successful during the difficult times as we have.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm asking you cooperation. The Father, I know Father is always 100% with the safety of the people. He's doing it at the church. Even though that I do not attend the church because the coronavirus, I watch it on TV. I watch it on the computer. But this is the concern that we have, to make sure that we keep the tradition going. We keep off, this is a very important religion holiday to us, but at the same time, we want to keep the safety of the people.
What we've observed over the years,
Yeah.
Mayor, when Epiphany falls on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we don't get the crowds that we normally get on a Friday, a Saturday, or Sunday. And with COVID, I don't think we're going to have the crowds that we normally have. Again, even the cathedral, we're not full capacity as far as the 50% that we've decided to do on Sundays. People are able to get in. So again, I'm not anticipating the crowds that we have had in the past. However, if people from the public, other areas decide to come, again, it's not something we can control, but if we have the plan in place, like the chief said, they'll be able to keep people from going down there. But our parishioners should be permitted to go down there. This is their event. This is the cathedral's event.
Okay. So somebody's going to be at the door and tell them, okay, let's, remind everyone that we're going to be 6 feet apart and all that, right?
Oh, there's more than one person going to be at the door doing that. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Vice Mayor Carr, do you have questions to ask?
Yeah, I've got a few questions. Talking about the procession, informal, not formal, et cetera, there has to be some type of movement from the church to the bayou. And my understanding is it would be like a waves of individuals leaving the church. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes,
Okay, so it will be technically an informal procession. It's just going to be going down the street instead of on the sidewalks. Is that
correct.
ultimately? That seems like a safer approach myself, that you're not in a congested area. You've got more space to spread out. And you're going in a wave motion instead of a bolus of individuals going out.
Correct. Again, if we're on the sidewalks, it's not safe. It's better to be open on the street, 6 feet apart in the waves that we allow people to leave the cathedral.
To me, that's encouraging. I just want to go through a couple items here. There is a high-level overview that the church has gone back and forth with the city on. The city's come back with some responses as well. And I just want to highlight a few things. Maybe it'll put some public comment at ease. But we'll just talk about it real quick. There will be social distancing warning signs placed upon the exterior doors of the cathedral. I would also like to see that in other areas of where people are going to be walking. The church made a recommendation. They seem to be fine with this. If I could adding additional signs, I think the city would be responsible for that. The city had no objections to that. St. Nicholas officials will inform all parishioners that they are permitted to partake in the Epiphany blessing of the waters, and will take all due safety precautions. St. Nicholas officials will not deter the faithful from attending. However, the cathedral will not oppose a press release from the city of Tarpon Springs and being provided to the media, informing the public that due to the COVID-19, it is advisable that those with health issues refrain from attending to avoid possible unknown exposures. The response from the public safety team from the city came back with the answer. This was a change. I'm just going to summarize real quick. We feel this would encourage a large gathering around the central area near the dock. So with that, there's a couple things I would like to talk about with the ticketing portion of it, or how do you decide who's a parishioner and who's not? If I walk up, I know in years past, Mr. Gombos has told me to go kick rocks because I don't have my wristband on. So I know he holds a steady line, right? You're not coming in, you don't have a wristband on, you go find another spot to sit. I'm fine with that. I'm not going to be there this year. I'm going to watch from TV because it's not my congregation. I support you all in your faith, and I'm a part of the faithful. But in this situation, so how can the church work with the city in this to come up with a comfortable plan? Is there an opportunity to do ticketing, or would it be parishioners would be at the entrance and then saying, we know that you are a parishioner, you could come in and please social distance? Like, would they be telling the parishioners, please social distance, find a spot, keep walking past, get up on the hill, etc.? Is that something that would be realistic in this situation?
What we've done in the past with the bands, which again, ticketing is fine, in the morning and during the service, as people come, they would go to the chamber, they would receive their bands. We do have a role, we have a stewardship role. So we have set names and individuals. It's not, well, Joe shows up on Wednesday and says, hey, I'm Greek, I want a pass. No, are you on our stewardship list? And if you're not, you don't get the pass to go down to the bayou. So we do have those things in place. Joanna Kosafidis has helped in the past, is going to help again this year, I'm sure, with regards to that. And we've had other people's assistance in order with our lists. Again, it's not just who shows up. We have our set stewardship lists, and those are the individuals who will receive the passes.
So it could be managed ultimately.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay.
We've done it in the past with the bands.
Okay. So, and then from spreading out the parishioners around the side of the bayou towards the War Memorial, do you think that would be an issue to encourage that at all? I mean, there's.
I think we can accomplish that. Absolutely. Okay. I don't see that being an issue.
Okay. I mean, I think that's a nice. I think it's a good plan for this topic here, this paragraph. St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Cathedral will only be allowing 50%. No objections to this one. That's in the building itself or in the cathedral itself. All public safety officials will be wearing masks and practicing social distancing when practical inside and outside during the entire event. There'll be a significantly scaled down procession. This is what we talked about earlier. There was some concerns by city staff about encouraging any type of procession, but I do understand that the church needs to get to the bayou. So I think what you talked about with the wave, I think again we're heading in the right direction with that one. The number of divers, I don't have a problem with that. We have kids that are in school today under the phase 3. We have sport events that are going on under the phase 3. When you're looking at the boats, how many boats are there? Do you know?
We have 10
10?
boats.
Okay, so I would say 5.5 individuals in each boat. I know some might have 8, some might have 2 in case they tip it over. So we're not looking at a large group together. You're looking at a small group that are together. And you talked about them being masked as they approach the water, then remasked once they exit the water. So there's some precautions that are being put in place. In my standpoint from a city official, I don't feel comfortable saying that there should be a set number of divers. I think it's up to the church and I think it's up to the parents. If it was my child, I wouldn't necessarily feel comfortable myself, but it's up to the parents and the church. It's not my decision as a city official to say we have to limit it to a certain amount of divers when our schools are fully going on, when our sporting events are going on for the children. I put this back onto the church and to the parents, and it's up to the parents to decide if they want to take that as a risk or not. So I have no problem with the amount of divers that are participating myself. I'm not sure what the rest of the board feels. Again, the Greek Orthodox Cathedral has agreed to live stream the entire event to encourage patrons to view online. There's no objections by the city on this one. I think ultimately what it comes down to is the procession part of it and then the attendance around the bayou. And we talked about both of those. I don't know if there's any more clarity. I hope the board maybe will elaborate a little bit further on any concerns they may have on that. But based on what I'm reading from city staff, and city staff feel free to chime in later, is if there's any other concerns other than the procession and really how the parishioners and the congregation are going to be watching the event and the celebration. But I think there's some really good opportunities here to still have a great celebration with the clergy and the parishioners of the church. So, thank you.
Commissioner Donovan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just if you could clarify, and I appreciate Vice Mayor touching on a lot of the points that you guys responded with. Can you just clarify as far as attendance goes? You know, if I'm John Doe and I walk up, on Epiphany, and this is in your version as you responded. If I'm John Doe and I walk up on Epiphany Day and I'm not a member of the church, I don't know any of the divers diving, can I get in your instance?
Can you get into where?
Can I walk down to the bayou and sit down on the cement and watch them?
You cannot get to where you'll be able to see the event, which leaves you no incentive to stay around. Only the parishioners, the stewards of our community, of our cathedral, will receive a ticket band in order to be able to go down to the bayou to be able to get a view of the divers and the cross.
Okay, and can you elaborate a little bit more on how that'll be enforced? I know you mentioned you have, a squad of volunteers out there doing it. I think moving forward, it's going to be more of an attendance issue in terms of like kind of the ranking. I mean, I support the 55 divers diving. I think, if the kid has the opportunity to do it, I don't want to deny him that. I think their families should come next. I think their families should be, have the first right of refusal to go down there and get the best look. And then the parishioners after that, my concern is that, we have our police chief, who I couldn't respect anymore. He's got over 30 years of police experience. I know he works really hard on this kind of event. He just got up and said, I can't do this event if too many people are going to be around the bayou because some of our resources are going to pull out. So I guess my question to you is just how that would be kind of regulated by those volunteers. I mean, like you said, it's going to be tough to, scope out everybody's wristband or ticket and say, hey, you shouldn't be here, you shouldn't be here.
If you have the barricades set up from the entrance of the cathedral to the bayou, and that's the only way to get down there, that's the easiest way that we would promote. But again, we would need the help of Tarpon Springs Police Department for that. If there's an influx of outsiders that try to come, again, those people normally show up around 11 o'clock. And when they realize they're not going to be able to go down to even be in a position to view, I don't see them sticking around. But just like any other event in Tarpon Springs, if people decide to show up, it's virtually impossible for us as a private entity, the church, to tell them on the streets of Tarpon, you have to leave. We can't do that. But again, if they realize they're not going to be able to observe the dive, they're not going to stick around. And I would, again, suggest that the area, the cutoff area, there be a nice buffer between the Spring Boulevard and the actual entrance. So you won't have where people can even get into that area, other than those that are the parishioners, the parents, and then the procession.
Okay. And then again, in your ideal proposal that you sent this afternoon, how far would it stretch? I guess the viewing stretch, would it be all the way around the entirety of the bayou? Would it be to the War Memorial? How far would that go? Or would it just be however many people can fit in?
As far as we need, we're not anticipating a large number in order to be able to do that. Again, with the way the bayou's designed, you have the elevation with the grass, so you could have people 6 feet apart, rows, basically what you have.
Okay. And then moving forward, as far as, the staff proposal and then, the church rebuttal, do you feel comfortable, regardless of which one is approved tonight or how we move forward with this, that all those minor details that, may come up in the future, you can work with our police chief and our, police force on that?
Well, I'm not comfortable with the cathedral's not comfortable with several of the proposals. At least there was one draft that I saw. I don't know if a second draft came through or if it was just the one Mr. Ruggiero sent me. But to say, if you approve that, you have 18 divers.
Yeah, from that original proposal, I think the two biggest sticking points for me is that I'm fine with placing social distancing signs outside of the church, but I don't think there should be any inside the church. And I think that however many divers are eligible to dive should be able to dive. But again, I think for a lot of these details, it's either something that the board needs to go line by line after public comment has, been finished, line by line, and try to work that out. And I'd also like to hear from our police chief again, just to kind of get some more details as we go forward with it, whether he thinks that would be something that the county would cancel, just based on his put.
And if I can add, the social distancing issues normally become a problem when you have alcohol involved. That's the reality of it. People let their guard down, they don't care. This is a religious event. It's not going to a rock concert. It's not going to a football game. We are civilized people. I know you understand that, but it's not an issue where you're mixing alcohol in people, where perhaps they let their guard down. We're not having that issue. It is a religious event. Our parishioners have proven this past year they will comply, and that's why we're here.
That's all my questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Donovan. I agree with you. After we finish with the public comments, we're going to go back to the chief and see what he's comfortable with to be able to provide service. Commissioner Vaticiores, do you have any questions?
I do. Attorney Theophilopoulos, what you described is consistent with what you submitted to the city as your markup to the staff's original plan. Is that correct? Is there any deviation from what you discussed tonight?
No, zero.
Okay. Okay. If the commission wants to go through line by line, they can. I'm not on this thing tonight. I think that both the city staff, the police department, and the Greek community, the St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Cathedral Parish Council are responsible groups that can work out details on their own. I'm sure if they're there's an impasse, we'll hear about it from the city manager. I think it's going to boil down to two issues, and I hope it doesn't get down to two, but one, it's either going to be a motion to adopt the city's plan, the city staff's plan, or a motion to adopt the revised plan as it was submitted by the Greek community. I can go into the details about how it's a big deal to eliminate 1 year of a diver because I think it's 3 years, 16, 17, and 18. When I was growing up, you basically dove until you were tired and you don't want to dive anymore. I think it was like 6 or 7 years. And at some point, you ought to get the message that you're probably not going to get the cross. So you stop. And the other thing is, I think in the city staff's plan, much depended on, getting back to your comments, Mayor, the whatever movement there would be by people that would be observing the diving and the Epiphany observance, per se, the religious event that takes place down at the bayou would utilize the sidewalks to get down there. I think with what is being described this evening by the parish council is a much safer approach, controlled approach for getting from the church down to the dock itself. So that's all the comments I have. I mean, again, I'm not inclined myself personally. It's up to the commission with what they want to do, the individual commissioners, but I'm not going to sit there and micromanage, as you've described in the past, this sort of thing this evening.
Well,
So,
I was just going to say, we were supposed to ask questions, not
I
provide your
understand,
opinion.
and
So,
I've made my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
thank you, thank you.
Mayor, can I say something?
Of course.
Just to summarize, I think we really do have the two issues. And it seems like we may be close because what we're calling a procession and them talking about waves, that is something, and I'm thinking about your motion and listening to what the group motion can be. Your motion can be that we work out, what the waves look like, how they go, how we get the people down. So it's really not a procession. If people are going in waves and getting down there, it's not a procession. So I think that's something you can say in the thing that we need to work with them on the procession. The other thing is the parishioners and allowing them. And I think all we have to work out, if you're talking about that, is what is our system? Is there, and that's what the church and us have. What is the procession? Is it an armband? I know some people can't wear armbands, but they can hold the armband and show them. They can't put them around their wrist. So a ticket or something. What is the system to work out between us so we can identify? We don't have the people trying to go in and get involved, and something that the church agrees to have that. So we can properly space. And by the time we find out what those numbers are, there'll probably be a number that we can space to do that. We just got to figure out a system, because we don't want to look at, is this one on a list, and everybody looking on a list. We've done that before, it hasn't worked. So whatever the method is, I think you're asking for, if you're saying that the parishioners to go down, that we just have to work out the system of how we identify them. So those are the two things. The diver issue, it sounds like all you want the divers to be able to participate, but I think that's the two issues. You would direct us to work to identify those parishioners, to identify them down there, and we would work out the way to get the people, not the procession, but the way to get the people from the church down to the area. And that would be the only two things that we'd have to sit down and work out. And I don't, see a lot of issues in doing it that way.
Thank you.
May I have a comment, please, before we go to the
Okay,
next speaker?
go ahead.
It's like, as I stated with Chief Coach, and I think we need to have something black and white. I don't want to wind up trying to approve some kind of arm waving that this is what we're going to do and blah, 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 and we're going to rely on it. I think it needs to be either one plan or the other, with a condition that the two sides would work it out. From my perspective, the St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Cathedral is the applicant here, not the city. I think they should be in the driver's seat and work out any details with our police department, as Chief Cochin responded. So I'm more inclined to approve one written document or another. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Theophilopoulos, thank you. I think we drift away because it's supposed to be only questions, not comments.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Mayor.
you. Do we have any other public comments? Yes, sir. The podium. Oh, you got it. You can't go that way, huh? Sorry.
My name is Nikitas Manus, President of the Parish Council, Archon of the Ecumenical Patriarch of Constantinople and New Rome. Our problem today is finally working together. The problem we had, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Commissioners, we basically were told yesterday, and the mayor and Chief Cochin and George Steffens told us basically we were not going to have Epiphany. And he said it tonight also. And our problem was, at least we could have had a little bit more time to discuss the stuff. You know, it seems to me we cannot control what's happening outside of the Orthodox community. What if the Mormons want to come and visit? That has nothing to do with us. Our people abide by the rules. We're the first. We had Chief Cochin one Easter. We had helicopters we didn't get to hear. We had SWAT teams. We had all kinds of stuff, but we worked it out. We all worked it out at the end of the day. A little overkill, but we worked it out. Easter, we came here and we said, if you tell us not to have the procession, we did. You told us, we abided by. St. Nicholas Day, we abided by. The city on Hibiscus, the street was closed without even notifying the parish, who owns 80% of the frontage. We do not, the Greek community parish council, do not understand why there's such a lack of communication between the city manager and the church. And once we found out when the barricades were open, when they were put down. I'm here, I've never been to so many commission meetings in my life. And the last one I came to was when George Caceres was mayor. But ever since now, the lack of communication, we're here about everything. The chapel, the church, the Easter. All we're asking from you is more cooperation, more communication. The Greek community of Tarpon Springs is the basis for this town. If it was not for the Greeks who came over, 1903, our parents, our grandparents, the city of Tarpon Springs would be just the city of Tarpon Springs. It would be not a cultural Greek heritage. We understand and we feel at times, the chief, and I've said it to you, that you're prejudiced against us. We feel that at times. We know it's not true, but sometimes when it comes across, it does. We understand the city manager. We feel like yesterday they were trying to box us in to say, we're not going to have Epiphany. So the chief and the city manager could come back and say to the city commission, the parish of Tarpon Springs canceled Epiphany. All we're asking for, Mr. Mayor, better communication. You and I talked and we solved it in 35 seconds, 40 seconds. And I appreciate that. All I'm asking is better communication. We see, the chief said, when you had the spontaneous Black Lives Matter, that it was on Facebook and he didn't know anything about it. Well, still, we have pictures of no social distancing, no everything. Nothing was, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. The Greek community feels we're being prejudiced against. And that's the feeling of the parish council. I thank you. We hoping we can open a better line of communication. And we need to get people who understand the chief is the best chief there is, right? But he's a policeman. The city manager is a good city manager. He was a policeman. We need to get somebody who understands what's going on. And God bless them. Their way is right. But sometimes the wants of the few don't outweigh the wants of the many. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes.
David McNeil, 1023 Wideview Avenue. I don't know if anybody knows the irony of what's happening here. Today's December 15th. And if anyone knows, today is the anniversary of the Bill of Rights. It is, it's true. It's the anniversary of the Bill of Rights. And the irony here is that Amendment 1, the very first amendment in the Bill of Rights reads, take my glasses off here. Congress shall make no law, and by the way, there's a supremacy clause, so it's not just Congress. You can't make these laws and regulations either. Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of a religion, prohibiting the free, the free exercise thereof, abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people to peaceably assemble. It's number one on this day. I find this whole exercise offensive. I've heard a couple of you up here say, I have no problem with 55 divers. With all due respect, who cares what you have a problem with? People have a right to peaceably assemble. All due respect to you. It doesn't matter if there's a pandemic. There's nowhere in the Constitution of the United States that says that because of a pandemic, because of health, because of safety, the rights are gone. Rights are given by God, not by government. So I find this all offensive. I would suggest, regardless of what they do, go down there. They have no rights to stop you. And I'll end with this. Thomas Jefferson said that if you give up freedom for a little bit of security, you will get neither, and you will deserve neither. Don't give up your freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Clap is not allowed to do that. Please stop. Thank you.
No clap. Can everybody hear me? William Stamus, 1332 Hillside Drive, Tarpon Springs, Florida. About 8 years ago, I took a flight from Bahrain. It's in the Middle East. And I came in through Virginia. I was getting out of the Navy. Then I came back to Tarpon Springs, went to Louis Pappas' house, and he fed me a steak sandwich. Now, why do I say that? Because when I saw the proposal to shut down Epiphany, you could imagine my shock and surprise, because I could have sworn I was back in the Middle East where they shut things down. We cannot shut down religious events. We are not allowed to practice our religious freedoms if we cannot go to the bayou, if I cannot see it. If I'm gonna have a police officer shutting down a public street telling me, are you a part of this church? No, sorry, you can't come. How are we supposed to spread the word of God? I am not the best, I'm not here to be pious. I am not the best Greek Orthodox member. I am not, but I am an American. I did not come here tonight to get an answer of, you may not go down a public street. You may not go down to a bayou. You may not watch an event because of a public health emergency. Okay? This is starting to become more and more and more oppressive as the night draws on and on and on. And I keep on hearing these caveats. Well, we shouldn't allow boats. We just had a boat parade. We just did a boat parade, Christmas boat parade. I saw them. I was standing right there on my dock. We had 50 of them. It was beautiful. I loved it. So now we're not going to have boats at the Epiphany. Then we're going to start selecting which religious members group can show up at which bayou. We cannot do this, guys. It cannot happen. I understand we were threatened by the Pinellas County Sheriff, which, by the way, I did vote for. And I do respect Chief Cochin. And we do have a great Tarpon Springs Police Department. And we need to rely on them. If they need to set up the barricades and keep it safe, they need to do that. But we cannot start making edicts and telling where people can and cannot go. It's just not going to work, guys. I appreciate it. And I hope you guys can kind of see through the fear of what has been cast down on us. I hope we can see through that. I'd also like to point out, while I'm up here, The Greek Orthodox Church was the leader in this from the very beginning. They were the first to go to webcast. They were the first to say, you know what, it's an extraordinary time. There wasn't a lot of data on this thing. We have some older parishioners. We'll go to the webcast. That hurt. I know it hurt, but they did it. They weren't even asked to do it. They did it. They took the lead to do it. We are not, the Greek Orthodox people and Americans in general are not animals. We can socially distance. We know how to keep 6 feet apart. And if we choose not to, then we choose not to. But that's their decision. That's each individual's decision. Not yours, nobody's. It's each individual. If you feel like you cannot take the event and you are afraid of the coronavirus, please stay at home. I beg you. But if not, and you want to go out and practice your religion, please come down to the bayou and watch it. I'll be there. I guarantee you I'll be there. I guarantee you I will be at that bayou watching the cross getting thrown. I guarantee it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicholas Tabus, 1427 Mears Boulevard. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I find it truly unfortunate that this year's Epiphany event may, for the first time in over a century, be closed to the public as reported today. Not even the great Spanish pandemic of 1918, World Wars I or II, or the pandemic of 1968 brought this spiritual event to a halt for the public to watch and enjoy. A cornerstone of Tarpon Springs tradition and our Orthodox faith. I find it quite hypocritical that law enforcement in our county, especially those politically elected, who found it perfectly acceptable for the president to hold open air rallies with tens of thousands of people, now finds it either too dangerous or inconvenient for his deputies to provide security and support for the most important religious celebration in our religion, besides Easter. Why was it acceptable to approve the boat parade, which used police resources and drew a huge crowd? I find this double standard concerning and unacceptable. And that boat parade was just a couple weeks ago, and the COVID numbers were the exact same as they are now. They were not increased during that time. We heard a lot of talk tonight about public health. I think the public health is clear on this. Open air events are not a major concern to spread the coronavirus. I don't think that we should cherry pick data. And I also want to say that you see a lot of the Greek people in here tonight. There were plenty that could not get in here, that were putting their name down on a list, waiting to come in. This town is on fire about this right now. They're not happy. And I recommend to the board and the commissioners, you vote to approve St. Nicholas's plan, and then we could work out the details later, because giving carte blanche to law enforcement on certain edicts is not going to work out well. We have the greatest respect for Chief Cochin. We've worked with him for years on the Epiphany Committee that I've been a part of for the last 8 years. And we've worked well with Tarpon Springs Police, everyone, Sergeant Miller. And I just think that you guys need to vote to approve the cathedral's plan, and then we can work out the details later, but I don't think it's a good idea to try to edict who can come, who can't, and limit the public in any way, because at the end of the day, the blessing of the waters is a continuation of the service from the church. So one could even argue that the governor protects that as well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Peter Lacus, 514 Ashland Avenue. I want to follow up on a point that Mr. Munoz mentioned about communication. I brought this up in my public comments last week. No backup. I would bet, I have no idea what the city proposed, and I have no idea what the church proposed. When Chief Cochin gave his presentation, there was no elicitation of what their plan was. I don't know what the church's plan are. We're really going to know to advise you as to which plan is really best for y'all to decide on. I'm thinking, well, how are you going to keep people who know about this event but won't know about what we're discussing from coming? And I know Mr. Theopolis said, well, they come around 11. Well, some come quite earlier because they want to stake out a good place. So one, will you be fencing the whole bayou from behind Craig Park all the way to the intersection of Canal, Spring, and Reed? Because people could park way down by Canal and walk in from the back end and come around. So I don't hear anything about logistics in regards to how you can keep people out. And as the gentleman spoke earlier, how can you define who is really authorized to be there unless they're actually coming in through the stepway down by Spring Bayou? So there's a lot of information that is unknown. So I would say, if anything, before y'all go to a decision, if nothing else, to educate some people here, but those who are watching online who may not know what information you're going to be basing your decision on, to elaborate what the city's plan is and what the church's plan is, so everybody knows what y'all are going to try to mesh together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Otto Biltris will be joining me online on this call. Mr. Jeb, can you verify Otto Biltris? Panayotis Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. A dog had his chain reduced 1 link at a time every few days until his chain was so short he could barely move. He never resisted because he was conditioned to lose his freedom slowly over time. It's happening to Americans, and it's happening how the Orthodox faithful are treated here in Tarpon Springs. Now, look at this advertisement from the Merchants Association. And Mark LaCourse coordinated with the Merchants Association to have all of these events. Join our downtown merchants to celebrate Christmas with the lighting of our beautiful 30-foot Douglas fir coming all the way from Tarpon from the Georgia mountains. There was no social distancing. You guys can sit there and lie all you want, and everybody's watching. Mark, don't you remember everybody walking the Spring Bayou, taking care of all the
address the
Christmas
chair,
lights?
please. You only the chair.
Only the chair?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when you went to Easter and we got herded around like cattle, one of my first speeches? You remember that, right? The hypocrisy that you are, Mr. Alahouzis. What about, and I must say, these are all my own thoughts and expressions. I am an individual Orthodox Christian. I am speaking solely for myself. No one else I am speaking for. Do you remember when you went to Greece during the height of the pandemic to baptize children? But yet here you are suppressing our celebration for the baptism of Jesus Christ. Hold your head a little bit more. Jacob, you had this comment about, you had the rebuttal off of my corruption. For some reason, you keep responding back. You feel guilty about something. Just because there's a few corrupt people doesn't mean
Just
you all
to
are
remind you
corrupt.
again,
I
you
am
direct your
speaking.
questions and comments to me only, to the chair.
Only to the chair.
Only to the chair.
Okay, but
I already explained that to you at the beginning. I'm not going to go over that again.
Carr who shut down Hibiscus Street and tried to do it permanently. And he worked with Mark LaCourse, and you all tried to slow play it on the Orthodox faithful. Did you not? Did you not, Mayor? And you were constantly opposing it. You were constantly fighting with the parish council, which I'm aware of, and the boat parade. There was thousands of people at the boat parade. There was hundreds, if not 1,000 people at the Christmas tree lighting. So what did you guys do? Because there were so many people. You sent in the TSPD to block off the 3 main roads, which you didn't have a permit to do that. Did you have a special permit to do that special event? No, you snuck it on us, and it was the good for the better of the people of Tarpon Springs. So I don't like the hypocrisy that you are, and Mark LaCourse, because Mark LaCourse is a lifelong Tarponite. He should be speaking a lot more about this matter. And that's another reason why Mark LaCourse has to resign, and Chief Koshin will be out of here in March. We're not going to have assistant city manager from you, or you're not going to be our city manager, because you guys come up here and you lie to us. You mumble about procedures that you claim are going to happen, and you have no current plan with it. So, and as far as safety and health concern, just stop lying to yourselves. We are all Americans. We have that right to walk outside and breathe the fresh American air. We have that right to see somebody down the street and avoid them 6 feet. And remember, Mark, when I saw you walking with Michelle up Tarpon Avenue after the Christmas tree lighting,
Again,
there was no.
I'm not going to remind you again. I'm going to ask you to sit down if you do that one more time.
Well,
You
like I
direct your
said,
questions and comments to me. Only your comments to me.
you know. What
You
about
can't
our high
follow no rule.
schoolers?
You can't follow the rules. You can't understand the
Acting unprofessional,
regulations.
Mayor. I'm going to wait for you to calm down so I can speak again.
Go ahead.
I did? Okay. So, you know, you let our high schoolers play ball, but you can't let our young Christians die for the cross. And I mean, what a disappointment. Someone up here, they are to their ancestors of Aganon and their great-great-grandfather who was a priest. I'm not speaking to you, Mayor, you know that. So, Mayor, and it's true, you were at Anytime Fitness with your mask off. All the time you go there with your mask off. So when I look at you, I call you guys hypocrites and how you want to sit here and control us in every aspect. You guys didn't control the Merchants Association to have these events, and it was great for the community. As a matter of fact, if our city manager would have coordinated with the Merchants Association, with Epiphany as well, it'd probably be the biggest day in economy in Tarpon Springs, hands down. So I want to make sure before you interrupt me again, Mayor, that we got a lot of arguing to do because we got a lot of principle. You cover up a lot of stuff. And just because you guys get fed chicken feed doesn't mean some of you aren't corrupt. Doesn't mean you are either, Jacob. So I'm going to leave it at that. And we got a big argument tonight regarding Morgan Group and the sellout in Tarpon Springs. Thank you and God bless you all.
Do we have any other speakers?
My name is Michael Kondodiakis, 832 Riverside Drive. I've been pretty much a lifelong resident of Tarpon Springs. For the past 5 years, I've been involved in the Epiphany celebration on the board for the Glendy Volunteers. Chief Coach, and I respect your opinion, appreciate everything you and your guys do for our town, but I disagree with yours and the sheriff's opinion. The fact that we're in a pandemic is going to significantly lower the numbers, like Jerry said. It's a Wednesday, you know, dealing with volunteers and the logistics of the Epiphany event for 4 or 5 years. We know that. People have common sense. People aren't going to be on top of each other. It's the nature of the beast. We've been living this for almost a year now. From previous comments, I understand that the church has agreed to not have the Glendy at all. You know, we've made certain concessions as a community, and I believe that as a people, we're responsible enough to have the event the way it should be had, and we've got common sense enough to run it like we've been doing for the past 100 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? Here none. Ms. Jacobs, have we received any emails? Oh, you are?
Christopher Bosky, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, Florida, 34689. I was not planning to speak on this issue but several people brought up communication. And that is a problem. Back in 2004, I don't know how many of you were aware of your local government back then. It was not good. Horrible at communicating with the people. And a group of us got together and we made changes. We got rid of those problem people. Those were dark days for Tarpon Springs. And we fought to get the city manager that we have today. And in the beginning, he did a great job, much better than the woman that he replaced. I mean, much better. I mean, he used to call me personally and tell me when there were things that I was directly involved in were going to be on the agenda. Or even if they weren't on the agenda, if somebody was just sniffing around the Walmart property, he'd give me a call. But now, there's a lot of backdoor dealing going on, a lot of dark room stuff. And I don't know if it rises to the level of corruption, but it's not right. We need good government, government of, by, and for the people, not of, by, and for the developer. People are telling you what they want and don't want. You got to listen to them. That's democracy. I don't know what happened. Something took place over the last few years that has completely transformed the way this government works, operates, and communicates. And it's not right. It has to be changed. We did a lot of that over the years. Getting people elected, getting, certain employees replaced. And it's going to have to be done again. It's so unfortunate. What happened? Turned our city into this place where people don't trust their government. Why would you do that? It's beyond me. Communication a little bit goes a long way. It's a small town. Pick up the phone. If you're afraid of going face to face, call them, email them, text. It's not impossible. And I got a letter. I'm not supposed to mention Mr. Carr, but he sent me a personal letter congratulating me on getting reappointed to my board. And I appreciate that's the kind of small town stuff I like. Just like when the city manager would call me up or the city clerk would bring paperwork that I requested here so I didn't have to make a special trip because I was here at every meeting for years. And she would bring me the stuff I asked for. That's cool. That's amazing. That's the kind of government we deserve. Not this sneaky backdoor stuff. Come on, guys. We can't have this. It's not going to stand. People will not stand for it. It's going to change. It has to change. We deserve representation of the masses. Doesn't work the other way around. This is democracy. You have to listen to what we say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also wasn't planning to speak tonight, but Delico Dodiaco, 832 Riverside Drive. As a prior cross retriever, I'm gonna go ahead and speak for all the boys diving. 16, 17, and 18 years old. Like the communication issue, this is the first I'm hearing that only 18-year-olds were gonna be able to dive. I retrieved across at 17 years old. As a Greek boy growing up in this town, this is something that we look forward to since our first Epiphany we can remember. And anyone in here can attest to that. Like Mr. Jerry T said, you guys let these kids play football and all the other sports, no matter the age. And These boys should be able to dive with their friends, support or represent their families and their churches. No matter what church in the Bay Area, I don't like that either, just Tarpon. Everyone should be able to do it. And let the families decide and let the divers decide. If they want to dive, it should be up to them. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Andrew Nikiforakis, 309 East Tarpon Avenue. I heard about this last minute on social media about something happening with Epiphany, so I wanted to come and represent some of my Epiphany divers and Epiphany cross retrievers. First of all, good evening, Mayor, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, and of course, Chief. As a member of St. Nicholas Cathedral and a lover of this great city, I'm just here to implore you all to do whatever is necessary to keep our Epiphany celebration as normal and as true as possible. I can appreciate the chief's position. Hey, safety and security at the forefront. I appreciate that. I've had family and friends suffer from this virus. I can't tell you, of course, you know what's going on in the real world. But the gentleman somewhere over here said it best, and Mr. Jerry T, I want to echo, our Bill of Rights, our Constitution, that's paramount. I know, we get the daily grind day in, day out, but let's focus on, our foundation and our liberties. I also want to echo, and again, I've been in the community a long time, and this is my first time here, but I can tell you in business, our community, communication is always critical to maintain harmony. And that's in a small city, a big city. I've done a lot of traveling, and communication is key. So with today's technology too, there are easy ways of doing that. And I hope that we can all come together on that. So at the end of the day, I just hope and pray we come to terms on this most important day, which is January 6th, as a servant of God as well. Please. And I will take the forefront as far as if whatever I can do as a volunteer, I will grab. I have access to people and groups of volunteers. I will take as many people and march at St. Nicholas and do whatever we can to make this safe and to make this a wonderful Epiphany. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Father.
My name is Father Athanasios Harris. I'm the Dean of the Cathedral, also a resident of Tarpon Springs, 123 North Florida Avenue. I wish to respond to the question of which proposal, and I would request that the church be trusted by the city to do what is right. For over 100 years, our St. Nicholas family, on behalf of not just ourselves, but on behalf of the city of Tarpon Springs, of the entire Tampa Bay area, for more than 100 years, we have called down the Holy Spirit upon our city and asked for blessings. We take very seriously our responsibility to look out for the good of our people. I'm not going to go into a litany of things that we do within the community, except to say this. When the storms come, everyone remembers that we feel safe because of Epiphany. As a new resident, we had I was here less than a year and we had Hurricane Irma. And I remember hearing Mr. Manyas tell me, I think we're going to be okay. I was at the grocery store and some woman who didn't even know I was the parish council president was behind me saying, we got nothing to worry about. Because those Greeks put holy water in there every year. We're going to be just fine. St. Nicholas is looking over us. We may laugh, but as the cathedral, we take that very seriously. And so I would ask that the church be trusted to do what is right in terms of keeping our population safe. It is, in fact, a blessing that we are asking for. It is not an Olympics event. And I believe that the cathedral has a solid track record under, at least since I have been here, to always look out for the good of the people and not act in any kind of a selfish orientation. To that end, if you do not object, since the pandemic has arrived on our shores early in February, I have been offering the following prayer each and every single day in the cathedral, with a couple of exceptions if I was out of town, live for the entire world to watch on the live stream. And if you bear with me, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer that prayer tonight. Let us pray to the Lord. O God Almighty, Lord of heaven and earth, and of all creation, visible and invisible, in your ineffable goodness, look down upon your people gathered in your name. Be our helper and defender in this day of affliction. You know our weakness. You hear our cry in repentance and contrition of heart. O Lord, who loves mankind, deliver us from the impending threat of the coronavirus. Send your angel to watch over us and protect us. Grant health and recovery to those suffering from this virus. Guide the hands of physicians and preserve those who are healthy, that we may continue to serve you in peace and glorify your most honorable and majestic name, of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, now and forever and to the ages of ages. Amen. This year, my fellow citizens, is the year that Epiphany is not just the blessing of the waters, but it is the blessing to end the pandemic. We need it more than ever before. And I'm not going to lie when I say it goes against my nature as a priest to tell people to stay away from the church. But as we all know, I celebrated Easter by myself inside the cathedral with 3 other people. We have endured enough pain. Now it's time for our greater city community to come together in prayer. And what better way than the blessing of all creation and water for our entire city to gather as safely as we can for the end of this pandemic finally. Thank you.
Hello, Phil Scandalaris, 935 Bayshore Drive. I've been a lifelong Tarpon Springs resident, and I want to say first that I respect all of you on the board. I think you guys are doing a great job. City Manager, I respect you very much, and Chief, but I will have to disagree with you guys on not letting us govern ourselves when it comes to the Epiphany celebration. We've done it for 114 plus years now. We've proven many times before that we can do it. And I just think it's the right thing to do. I think we should vote on the church's proposal. And I know that we're going through a pandemic, but the show still must go on. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? You're not? Okay. Ms. Jacobs, have we received any emails on this item?
We've received 2 emails. The first one is, Dear Mayor and Commissioners, I am sure you will be hearing a lot of comments about Epiphany celebration, so I will keep my comments brief. As an attorney, I would like to point out that we are not talking about First Friday or a seafood festival. We are dealing with a religious service. Religious services must be given the highest level of constitutional protection. The courts have consistently held that all reasonable accommodations must be made to allow religious services to go forward. Failure to make reasonable accommodations to allow the religious services to go forward may expose the city to civil liability. Please make the right decision to allow reasonable Epiphany service to go forward. Sincerely, James Spinolis Esquire, 315 Athens Street. The next one is Honorable Mayor and Commissioners. I understand why law enforcement is hesitant to cover the Epiphany celebration due to COVID. It makes sense to me that the leaders want to protect their officers so that they will be available for their routine duties. Since Epiphany is an important celebration for Greek Orthodox religion, it should be important enough that the Greek Orthodox Church should pay for private law enforcement. I am concerned that if an officer contracts COVID apart from his health, it actually becomes a burden to the city taxpayer who was burdened enough already. Thank you, Lisa Benitez, 733 North Florida Avenue. And those are the only 2 emails on this item.
Thank you. Mr. Jump, do we have anyone that wishes to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in turn. And we do have several raised hands, sir. I'll allow the first one in.
Thank you.
If you could unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record. We have Linda Brock. If you are still online, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record. And she is not responding at this point, so I'll move on to the next one. If you could unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record. And we will try the next person online.
Hello, my name is Debbie McKinney, 1021 Rose Tree Lane. And I just wanted to make a comment. We have canceled the parade. We've canceled First Fridays. We've canceled weddings. We've canceled funerals. We were asked to limit our family gatherings to our household only on Thanksgiving. And we're being asked to do that again for Christmas. I've raised several children in this and who currently have a student in the schools. And on January 6th, everybody is Greek because they all cut school and go to Epiphany, whether they're a member of the church or not. We have the people who are going to show up are the ones that are the freedom fighters talking about our rights to assemble and all of that stuff. Who could care? They're also the non-mask wearers who are all going to show up and protest their right to be there. And I would like to know, how are the police going to be able to keep 20,000 people from showing up for this event I don't know that we have enough police or barricades to keep that from happening. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll allow the next person in.
Yes, my name is Tammy Levent, 110 North Park Avenue, Tarpon Springs, Florida. This is actually my first meeting that I've ever joined, and I'm making a commitment to make sure I put this on my calendar and I don't miss any more. I think that it should not be a vote that 5 people that we're looking at or 10 people make a decision of what the church, our town, our community should be doing, but maybe it should be a vote of the people. We are the people, we have a voice, and we've been shut down many times, Mayor, with all due respect, with many things that have gone on. You know, I owned a food truck, then we don't allow food trucks. Now we can't have Epiphany. And the list keeps growing and growing as much as we allow it. We are allowing this to happen in our community because we don't have a voice. You're letting the chief of police make a decision whether we should have Epiphany or not. I understand the commissioner, and with all respect, I totally agree with you. He cannot even make a decision and put a vote on this because he won't. This is church and state, and we're dividing the two of them. And I feel this is our religious holiday. There was a wedding recently in New York. I don't know if anyone saw that, with 7,000 people with Hasidic Jews. They said the wedding must go on. They're going to have their wedding, and they had their wedding. I think that if there is some kind of protocol, if there is a way to separate some people, maybe what you should do is limit the amount of people. Maybe we should say for the 51 divers, you have 4 family members that will come. I don't think it's up to one person to decide who's going and who's not. But I also feel that this could be possible. It could come through. And I think that we all respect what's going on in the world with COVID at this point. And I just feel that all of you have just taken over. Every single department has made a decision of what they want to do. And I just feel that this is the people's voice. You're listening to the people now, but is it ultimately our choice at the end? I mean, that's my question to any one of you to answer me. Is it up to us at all of what we want, or is it up to only the 6 of you that are sitting up there?
This is just for public comment. There's not a question and answer.
It's just a comment, okay? Well, I don't know if my comment carries any weight. I just feel that if this was going to be done, back when we had elections, that's when we should have voted on this. That's when all the people should have voted on it. I guarantee you that every single person in this community would want their holiday, would want their day. You can go to a strip club, you can go to a football game, you can go everywhere else, but you can't have your religious holiday. I'm blown away. And this is 2020. We're not even talking BC at this point. I have nothing else to make a comment as. I just hope that all of you make the right decision and you make the decision for the people and what it is that we want. And I respect every one of you. And I know it's not an easy decision to make, but think of what the people want in this community, in our church, and what we've done for years.
Mr. Jump, do we have anyone else online wishing to speak?
Yes, sir. I'll allow the next person in. If you could state your name and address for the record. I do believe we have a Maria Kulias. You are unmuted. And if you can, turn off the volume of the video you're playing in the background.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can. Yes, ma'am, we can. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Maria Cullas, 595 Peninsula Avenue.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I'm very disturbed tonight by everything that I hear. I think you all forgetting one thing. That our health and our lives belongs to God. And whatever he allows to happen to us, he allows to happen. So the measures and the worries that you all have, and you try to protect the people, stop the epiphany, is really, really, you thinking to doing something really, you're putting your hands on God's baptism. And this is really, really bad. Whoever thought of that, and I believe he thought of it out of spite, not out of concern about the people, is putting fire on the heads. The epiphany should be open to everybody, because this holiday, everybody comes and celebrate with us, Orthodox or me Orthodox. Every year they waiting, they come and they enjoy the day, and they see the boys diving with so much faith. So I don't believe in your concern about the people and the health. Our health is in God's hands. He allows everything to happen, and not even one hair doesn't go on the floor if he does allow it. And I'm really, really disturbed tonight about everything that I hear about the epiphany. And try to put measures on it. Should be open to everybody, and let the people do their own decisions. If they feel fear for their lives, not to go and get involved. But if they want to come and see the holiday, enjoy it, let them be. They should supposed to be that way. And now you people showing that you worry about the health and trying to keep them healthy and everything. Is a lot of hypocrisy. I don't know how to say in English. Hypocrisia megali. God watches everything, and he can see inside each of us, and he will give you the answer soon. But epiphany should be open to everybody, like every year it does. A government has the state open, so I don't know why you all of a sudden the police, the chief and the sheriff wants to put rules and come by. And tonight you don't have a plan. You're going to talk with the church privately, and you're going to bring out and give whatever you want last minute to the people. That's not how it works. If you work for the people, you be upfront with the people. I have no further nothing to say, but think twice if you're trying to stop Jesus' biggest holiday, the day that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit appear. You're going to have to deal with him after. And believe me. Thank you.
Don't need to do that.
I'll allow the next person in.
Thank you.
And we have a Nomiki. If you could unmute, state your name and address for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Nomiki Kambarakis. I'm at 1109 Sunset Drive. Born and raised in Tarpon Springs, still here. I just want to say that I do appreciate everybody's semi-cooperation as to what's going on here. Vice Mayor, I really do appreciate all your support in this. Mayor, I think you're doing a great job. We do appreciate the chief and everything, but I just feel like this shouldn't be put to a stop. I don't feel like it's going to be stopped, but I think that the faithful and the parishioners at least should be allowed to attend the Epiphany celebration. I don't know how you're going to go about doing that, but I do feel that at least the parishioners should be allowed to attend. It's an outdoor event. As a quote unquote survivor of COVID-19, which was, in my opinion, a joke. I think that it's an outdoor event, and I think that because it's an outdoor event, I think that people should be allowed to attend. That is my, that is what I have to say, and thank you very much.
And I'll allow the next person in. If you can state your name and address for the record. Mr. Anthony Sarukas. Sir, if you are there, you're able to talk during the meeting? And we're not able to get in with him, so I will move on to the next person.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir, we can.
So my name is Theologos Karavukiros. My address is 523 Wayfarer Drive. And I am currently 18 years old, and this will be my last year diving. I dove the year before and the year before that. I understand that the times are different, but I will look back in the future if this doesn't happen and be like, I didn't dive my last year. I didn't have another chance to be able to catch a cross and be able not just to celebrate with my friends, but with my family. I feel like this celebration should go on, and I think rules should be set. As far as some other people have said, 4 people per family. I think that we should do whatever we can, quarantine for 10 days, whatever you guys need us to do, get tested. There are tests out there. There's stuff that we can do to make this go on, even if it has to go with just us divers going to get tested, and just us to be at the bayou. If that's a risk that we will take, I guarantee you everybody would be a lot more happy. But this celebration is for everybody. This celebration should go on. This celebration is one thing that I look up to every year, not even my birthday, not even Christmas. It's Epiphany. I look up to go and dive, go get blessed, not even catching a cross, but just to be in there, being surrounded. The feeling is, I explained to you, like no other. Jumping in that water, being cold being shivering, but that feeling, you can't explain it. Having everybody cheering, having people the person who caught it, saying their name, families running from everywhere to see who it is. It's like no other feeling. My cousin, Elias Scandalaris, caught it 2 years ago, and the love that got from everybody, and last year's cross retriever as well, but the love that he got from everybody was like no other feeling. Everybody got together. I understand the times are different, but we can make changes like we have been doing for the past year for this pandemic. Thank you. And that's it.
I'll allow the next person in. We have Mr. Joseph Cooley. You are able to talk if you would state your name and address for the record.
This is Bishop Sebastian Skordalos, 135 Whitcomb Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, Florida, using the laptop of Mr. Cooley Joseph. I'd like to thank Mr. Mayor and all of you for opening up to this issue of the safety for our people during this Epiphany celebration. This Epiphany celebration took place for 100 years. And this is the first time that we have this pandemic that restricts us from celebrating in full the Epiphany of our Lord. But there is an American saying that says, if there is a will, there is a way. And of course, most of the people are aware that this virus is very dangerous, but at the same time, all of us are conscious about taking safety precautions to protect ourselves, wearing masks and keeping a distance. And I think once the people are informed that they need to keep those safety measures in place, and with the assistance of our police department and the city, we may be able to celebrate this wonderful event that is not only local for Tarpon Springs, is not only national event, but international, because there are a lot of people outside of the United States that they look up to this celebration to see this event that is unprecedented in the Orthodox world, and I think in the Christian world at large. So I hope and pray, Mr. Mayor, that through your efforts and the efforts of the police department and all those that are in authority, they make this happen. Don't deprive not only the Orthodox Church, but the world of this event. Make it happen, find a way, work out the details, make a plan, and make it possible. Thank you very much, sir.
And I'll allow the next one in. And we have a Tammy Levin. If you could unmute yourself.
I think she already spoke.
She already spoke. Okay. We have some people on the phone calls. If you could unmute yourself. And we seem to be having some technical difficulties with this one. I will try it next. If you can state your name and address for the record.
John Papa Vasiliou, 617 Wideview Avenue.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, yes, I don't really attend these meetings, but this Epiphany celebration, everybody wants this to happen. This is, I don't even know why it's even up for debate. And to shut it down and to only allow the parishioners. I mean, I understand what the times and the safety, but I mean, everybody watches this from TV internationally, like everybody else has been saying, you know, and I'm also a former veteran, and we fought for this country so that we can have these freedoms that are being taken away from us every single day. And there's people here, you open the TV and you see bars are full. There's events happening all over the place, and they're not even religious, and nobody's social distancing that they're supposed to be, which is fine. But this is, I mean, this is a religious holiday, or it's a religious celebration. It's a big thing. I mean, I don't have much else to say. That's all I wanted to say.
I'll allow the next person in.
Hello?
Yes, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Eleni Hatzi Theodoro, and I live at 855 Riverside Drive in Tarpon Springs. I just want to say that I don't believe that it's the government's job to protect my health. It's the government's job to protect my rights, and it's my job to protect my health. And when you trade liberty for safety, you end up losing both. I also believe that the vast majority of health, emotional, physical, psychological, and financial hardships that are now faced by citizens are not due to COVID. They're due to the ongoing catastrophic lockdowns, restrictions, and policies that are imposed by government. That's all I want to say. Thank you for your time.
And I'll allow the next person in. We have a Mr. Edgar. If you could unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record. And they have left the meeting. I will try the next one. And we have a phone caller, phone number ending 0545. If you could unmute yourself. And they are not responsive at this time. We have no other raised hands. We do have one, two, okay. I'll allow the next person in. If you could state your name and address for the record.
My name is Emmanuel Vestas. I am the former. Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I am always been involved with Epiphany for the last 15 years. And I understand the reasoning behind the chief of police and why our concerns are for the epidemic. But I also question events of basketball in Tarpon Springs and in the gym. I see no social distancing. Football games in Tarpon Springs, I see no social distancing. Yet at an event of a religion, we are trying to decide whether or not we should allow the event. There's no doubt that social distancing has to come to effect outdoors around the bayou, but to try to limit to tell us who can come and not come is a very, very poor decision on everybody's decision. Last year, we had approximately 8,000 people come to the bayou. Of that, about 3,500 people attended the Glendy. The rest of the folks went down to the docks and put their money into all the different places that funds these businesses which is, I believe, the busiest day of the year for them. And now we're trying to say that we're not going to allow that. We have questioned these businesses who are allowed to be open and have full 100% capacity inside their businesses. And now we're going to tell them that they are not allowed to have that because we're going to not allow having Epiphany. So maybe some of the things we should consider before saying this event is not going to happen, or we're going to limit who comes and only parishioners from Tarpon Springs are going to be allowed. How are you going to allow the people from Clearwater and the people from Tampa and the people from Newport Richey to be told they're not allowed to come because they're not parishioners of St. Nicholas Cathedral, but they're parishioners of their churches, and their children are diving and their families are diving? I think we should be more considerate about, let's make sure that around the bayou we have social distancing. And that is our biggest concern, not about who should come and who not come. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll allow the next person in.
Hello?
Yes, if you can state your name and address for the record.
Yo, Smo! Come back!
And we will try the next person.
Hello, can you hear me this time?
Yes, sir, we can.
Oh, well, there we go. Okay, first off, thank you, Mr. Mayor and the Board of Commissioners, and also Chief Cochin. Anthony Sarukas, 1055 North Pinellas Avenue. I think first that it diminishes the point of the discussion if we're just finger pointing, and I agree that there are laws in place to address and prosecute corruption. This isn't new. These have been in place. Let's just get back on the topic, and that's this topic. I agree with Mr. Manya 100%, and the gentleman that stated that we don't have the information in a timely manner. I proposed in that special session that we had a couple of weeks ago a way to propagate information via SMS text. I know that the agenda is posted online, but often it seems like that over the past year since I've just been back in Tarpon, that the backup isn't readily available in a reasonable or timely fashion. And it's funny because like people are talking about in the era of COVID. Meanwhile, Father A, awesome, has been streaming way in advance of the pandemic. Not only is he educated as basically a doctor of the faith, but he's the spiritual father of our community, and he's so tech savvy that he's been way ahead of the Zoom curve. We've been able to watch everything going on in the church for like ever. So that's awesome. I think that the church's recommendation is amazing. There's so much that happens on the back end based on being some of those security meetings that were kind of closed with regard to how the Epiphany functions. It's never presented to the city in this manner. So really, it doesn't need to really be exposed in a way that's so detailed and loud and kind of obnoxious. It really is usually handled between law enforcement and the church. So I don't really understand like why there's so much like weird outrage about it when it's been already being handled in the existing process and system. So anyhow, my thoughts are the church will always do the best thing for the community. I 1,000,000% support anything that Father A and the parish council recommends. I appreciate all the input and participation, and that's unfortunate that they had that meeting yesterday, less than 24 hours from this meeting. That kind of stinks. But if we would have all gotten a text about this, though, at least I would have been able to read the backup. Anyway, much love to y'all. I appreciate everything that y'all are doing. Hopefully we have a beautiful Epiphany celebration. And that's all I got to say. Thanks.
And I'll allow the next person in. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Boris Roginsky. I'm at 2954 Northville Drive at Tarpon Springs. And this is my first meeting, so thank you very much to the city administration and everybody who participates. I hope you and all your families have a good and safe holiday season. So I've heard a lot of good schemas here, and being new, relatively new to the city, my family is relatively new to the city. Like I'm very much familiar with Epiphany holiday, and I think everybody's trying to go and figure it out how to solve this problem the same way. But the question is like the problem statement which we need to put down is how to enable the celebration to be the safest possible under COVID condition. So that's one thing. Second thing, back to the question about, I believe the property, I sent an email to the administration, to the city administration yesterday, and I don't know if you had a chance to look at it or review it, but please do, because there is definitely an opportunity for the city to do it right, you know, and to do the right thing for the community. So that's all I had to say in terms of, again, Epiphany holiday. We definitely should look at it from a perspective, how do we, together with the community, enable it to be the safest event under given circumstances, under the given constraints, I should say, and make it as safe as possible for the community. Thank you very much for your attention. God bless you.
And I'll allow the next person in.
Hello?
Yes, sir. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, I'm taking a shit. Free Mr. Gombis.
What? What is that?
Not an appropriate word, so.
Yes, sir. They've been removed from the attendance. I'll allow the next person in. If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Are you on me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, Chrissy Kladakis, 301 Banana Street. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Chief Cochin. Thank you for allowing me to speak here tonight. I want to apologize. I just logged in. I haven't heard the full discussion, and I'm not sure what I missed, but I did want to come in support of having the Epiphany, but I definitely feel it should be scaled back because of COVID and to keep our community and our officers safe. I did miss Father A's recommendations and the parish council, but I would fully support them. He has gone above and beyond to provide our services on Zoom. He's kept us safe. I have gone to church every Sunday and I have always felt safe. Maybe I was thinking maybe we can do Epiphany with no spectators. We don't need thousands of people coming this year because this is only 1 year. Hopefully, we'll have a vaccine and things will get back to normal next year. But this year, it should definitely be scaled back to keep everybody safe. But we shouldn't cancel our religious holiday. I don't think that's the answer. So I would definitely stand behind. I was thinking more like a sporting event. There's sporting events with no spectators, and all the divers would have a COVID test prior. They would all have rules. And only the necessary people would be involved. And I would love to watch it on Zoom. I would just love to have our religious holiday, but I definitely want to keep us all safe. And I would definitely support Father A and our parish council in whatever the recommendations would be. So thank you for your time.
I'll allow the next person in.
I say we let them die.
And that person is being removed from the meeting. And do we have any other people in attendance who would like to speak? And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
We are doing on a Zoom right now.
And we do not have any more raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay, we have one more person here, and then we're finished. Thank you.
Christian Kursakis, 2006 Harbor Watch Circle. As a former cross retriever, I had to break my silence. I would like to speak for the youth of the city, for the future of the city. This isn't a varsity sponger game miss, nor a prom dance. This is a tradition that's been passed down for generations by countless families. As a young boy, seeing photos of my great-grandfather hoisting a cross, it always shocked me with excitement, knowing that one day that could be me. Listening to my younger brother and cousins talking about Epiphany possibly being canceled should never be a discussion. We're about to have a Super Bowl 30 minutes down the road with crowds much larger than our Epiphany. Remind you of the Epiphany celebration. Well, thank you for your time. God bless all of you, and God bless our country. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we did get another raised hand in Zoom, sir.
Go ahead.
If you can state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Terry Kantodiakis, 1404 Garden Avenue. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter. Tarpon Springs is the Epiphany City. Not only is this a beautiful religious event, it is also a cultural and economic event that has brought countless press, tourism, and individuals to our beautiful town. Religious rights and freedoms and the freedom to express our religion is one of the fundamental principles of this country. As someone who's been afflicted with COVID-19, I understand the concerns and the very real fear that surround this virus. However, if the Tarpon Springs Police Department has the ability to cancel an event that has endured 100 years, what does that say about our city and the citizens' ability to govern themselves? Of course, there needs to be changes made to this year's event, and the church is absolutely committed to the safety of both the parishioners and the larger community. No one can really disagree with that statement. However, to leave the decision of the scope of this event to the police is just wrong, and it goes against the very basics of our republic. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have another raised hand. If you can state your name and address for the record. And they have hung up on the call. We do not have any other raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We have one more person here in the audience who would like to speak. Please state your name and your address for the record.
Good evening. Joanna Casafidas, 1435 Riverside Drive. I've been in Tarpon Springs, living here since 2003, and I've been on the Epiphany Committee since 2007-8, around there, watching all of these young divers dive for the cross every year. That being said, first off, I thank our commissioners for being extremely supportive this evening and understanding as to where we are as a city and where we're going with this. What I would like to state is that Sheriff Galtieri, when the pandemic had started, I had been watching many Pinellas County Commissioner meetings, whether they were deciding whether to wear masks, social distance, how they were going to handle the whole pandemic in the very beginning. They wanted to shut down the beaches, the commissioners did. However, I remember distinctively that Sheriff Galtieri did not want to. He felt as though being outdoors, social distancing, having our beaches open, fresh air for our community was okay. He even mentioned that he had plenty of police officers to man the entire county if something were to happen. This was after the spring break had, there was a lot of people, but he insisted that there was always plenty of police officers that were available in order to ensure that the county was safe. that's where I find it very difficult to understand where Sheriff Galtieri is actually coming from when it comes to our churches and us being a responsible community here in Tarpon Springs, and how we can handle this event to ensure that we are responsible for our citizens, we're responsible for the boys diving for the cross, and ensure that our waters are blessed, that need to be blessed every year. That's my only point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in the audience who would like to speak before we go back to the commission?
We did have a person who had lost their connection, has re-raised their hand.
Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
If you can.
Hello.
Yes, if you can state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Floyd McCosh, 518 Pasai Avenue, Tarpon Springs, Florida. And I just want to say I'm proud of all my friends that came out and spoke about this matter. I just think safety comes first, always. I don't think that's changed any year we've had Epiphany. I think it's always been about safety and making sure things run smoothly. But I also think this is a great opportunity for the city to come together and practice social distancing and to come together as a community to show that although there's a pandemic going on, that we can move forward and we can live normal lives without having the fear of the pandemic. So this is a great opportunity for Tarpon to come together and to show other neighboring cities around the area that life can continue and we don't have to worry about the pandemic, because at the end of the day, everything happens for a reason. And that's all I'd like to say. And thank you guys, and have a great holiday.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody else?
Yes, sir. We do have another raised hand. And they have lowered their hand. So we do not have any other raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone that is here tonight in the audience, also the ones that are participating with the Zoom. I think there's a misunderstanding that the commission here wants to cancel the Epiphany. This is not what we're trying to do. This is not what we're here to do. We just want to have the Epiphany celebration, which is the biggest celebration that we have in Tarpon Springs, not only to the Greek Orthodox, but to everyone in Tarpon Springs. So we want to have a safe celebration for everybody. This is what we're here to discuss, to find a way that it will be a workable solution that everybody can participate and to have a good event, a safe event. So with that, I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve the plan offered by the St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Cathedral Parish Council.
If I could, Mayor, can the chief come back up for an additional question or two? Just
If we have a second, and then we go ahead and go for discussion.
Okay.
If it's not a second,
I'll second
the
it.
motion dies.
I'll second it. There's discussion that we should have, I think.
So we have first and a second.
Yep.
So Commissioner Donovan, you had a question?
Yeah, Chief Cochran, just if you could. My first question would just be, I think a really good public comment was brought up about doing the procession in waves to the point where it could be more manageable. Is that something that might make the sheriff more inclined to give us those resources?
Well, we have to,
two parts. This is a church event at the church, which we're not regulating. And then the second part of this is a city special event. And your whole EOC team, to include fire department, sheriff's department, all these different players have weighed in. And I think we're close with the church. We're going to have a big problem. We don't understand what parishioners mean wrapping around the bayou. That's a non-starter for the sheriff's department and a lot of our players. We don't know how many people that could be. We can't possibly socially distance them. Our goal is to keep people out and allow the people that the church wanted to go around those areas, and then we can flank out if we have to. There's going to be a big issue if we're talking about a couple of hundred people, and I don't know this to be the case. A couple hundred people that are going to flock down there and go in, if that's what parishioners are, that's going to cause a big problem. And it's going to really throw a wrench into our ability to safely work this event.
And then what about the sheriff's support just as a whole? Is that something that he mentioned to you before the meeting where he said, hey, if anything changes from this city plan that we proposed, then it's not going to happen?
The sheriff is a big partner in this plan. The sheriff's department has always been a big partner in Epiphany. I've personally been doing Epiphany planning for a quarter century. We've always had, very good outcomes working with the church. This is a different year. The sheriff is not going to support a couple hundred people around the bayou, and I agree with him. It's going to be a big problem for us. I'm talking about a couple hundred. I don't know what parishioners mean. That's got to be clarified. Again, we're very close with the church on working with this plan. It's just the definition of how many people are actually going to be around that bayou as parishioners. We don't have a problem with 50 divers. That's not a problem for us. Again, we said we would work with the church. We are flexible, but how many people are actually going to be around the bayou is going to be an issue.
So if we approve the church plan tonight, do you feel comfortable in working with them and making it work, or do you feel as though you can't do the event?
Would that mean that the church has the authority to dictate how many people go around the bayou if it's hundreds? If that does, it's going to be a problem. Again, it's a city special event, and we have to have the ability to work with the church, but from a public safety perspective, we have to have the ability to say, this can't work because of public safety and public health.
Those are my only questions. I don't know if anybody else has any.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I
Got a couple
ask
too,
Chief
Mayor.
Coach a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Chief, what did you do as far as this crowd control for the boat parade? There were a couple of hundred people by itself.
I
down at
wasn't
the
involved in
sponge
that
shop.
planning. I specifically wasn't involved in that planning. That's
Right.
That's
I-
not
I
the
just-
magnitude of this event.
Well, what about the tree lighting down at Craig, at the Hoffman property?
We had a couple officers blocking intersections. I was not at that event.
There were a couple of hundred people there.
Correct.
I would
Mayor,
appreciate if
really-
the audience will be quiet, please.
Mayor, I'll be honest with you, I don't understand the logic with a couple of hundred people. I think the church has been doing this a lot longer than the quarter century that Chief Cochin is talking about. Every year they've been safe, they're responsible. I think we're treating them childlike in this, that they're not going to be responsible. I really am offended by this discussion this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, again, if my players start backing out of this, I can't safeguard the event. It's a big problem. We have to have the ability to be flexible and work with the church. But again, hundreds of people flanked around the bayou, we can't socially distance them. Our goal is to keep people out and work with the church to let who they want in reasonably.
Thank you. Mr. Lee Curtis, earlier you had a recommendation for us. Would you please repeat that?
I said the two main issues were, of course, the procession. And I talked about being able to work with the church and our safety people about figuring a way to bring people down to the bayou that it wasn't a procession. I thought we could work that out. The other suggestion, and how we do it, how we sit in plans, and what's the number 200, 300, 400. Again, depending on the wishes of this board, we will try to make the number and work with the church to get a reasonable number that we can reasonably spread out around the bayou. And if the board wishes, that's what we do. Those are two main issues, the divers out. So we would work with the church to figure out the method of getting the people down to the bayou without having the procession type thing that's the objection on. And we'd work on a spacing plan with the church and an identification of the parishioners, how we identify them, how we get a number of how many that's going to be to figure a safe number to be there. And that, from seeing what the board's wishes to do, that's what I would suggest that we would do in that case.
Thank you. Just for clarification, I'd like to ask Mr. Theophilopoulos to come up here, back to the podium. Mr. Theophilopoulos, I know we're all trying to find a way that we can make this event to be safe and a good celebration for all of us. You heard the recommendations of the city manager. Can you work with that?
We can work with that. One of the things I want to add, it seems to be this huge concern of the parishioners all exiting and going to the left. The simple answer to that is have Orange Street open, blocked off, and you'll have two routes that can then go down to the bayou. So, it's not going to be the numbers we've had, period. Again, our church holds 250 people at this time, and we will have other parishioners that cannot enter the church that will be partaking in the bayou. But there's simple answers here, and it is frustrating, I'll be honest with you, to sit here and listen to some of this stuff. Sheriff Gualtieri, I don't want to even go there. There's other reasons, religious or lack thereof, for this. I know deputies that were monitoring Indian Rocks Beach during the pandemic, Clearwater Beach during the pandemic.
Mr. Theophilopoulos, would you please stick to the point?
We can work with them.
That's all I need to know.
Can they work with us, though?
That's the question. Yeah, that's what we want to do. We want to work together to make this happen.
And what I hear, though, is, well, if we don't have the support, the church has armed individuals trained with license to carry.
No.
And if we need to bring those in because the
don't.
city doesn't want to help us, we'll bring them in.
Don't go there.
Well, I'm just saying.
Thank you. Hey.
Mayor, I have a question for Attorney Theophilopoulos.
Yes, sir.
Are you suggesting to abandon the church plan in lieu of what the city manager is suggesting?
No, I think add to our plan Orange Street as well as Pinellas Avenue.
Okay, I just want to make that clear for the commission. Thank you.
And if I could just add one thing. Yesterday, contrary to what the chief is saying, and I have respect for the chief and he knows that, the divers were an issue. They didn't want us having 55 divers. They wanted 18. What does that have to do with the pandemic? So, this whole narrative keeps changing as we're going on. And I would ask, work with us. And if the sheriff doesn't want to work with us, we'll work around him. We don't need him. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Licouris, again,
Mayor, as I think you can approve the church's plan with the two caveats that I mentioned that we need to discuss and work on and move forward with this. That would be my suggestion.
We have a motion.
Mayor, I've got a quick comment, if you don't mind. So I just want to make a couple quick comments. That there's some discussions about the boat parade. I totally understand with that. I agree with the comments about the boat parade. I wasn't around the bayou, but I would imagine there was a lot of people. Last commission meeting, the board approved the luminaries and lambatos that are going for the fundraiser for Sunset Hills. There is a plan put in place to where there's an entrance somewhere in Craig Park and they exit on Canal Street around the bayou. I think a simple plan as well, working with the Greek church, is you have a plan where you come in the top of the bayou, you walk down the steps, then you exit on the War Memorial side and you walk back around. So you don't have the interaction, or you have some type of exit strategy set up as well. So there's some things that could be hammered out. But with caveats, I do have some concerns because it's gray. And then we're going to come into he said, she said, and I'm not really comfortable with that from a commissioner standpoint, because we'll probably end up back in a meeting standpoint. So Are you talking about that there's going to be small details that need to be hammered out? in
I'm just
agreement?
saying, we
Is that-
can't say, nah, we're going to use Orange Street or we're going to do this. We'll find a method of doing that. We just can't get into specifics. Okay, we're going to bring the crowds down Orange Street or we bring them there. We have to sit down and work those things out. Same thing with who the parishioners are, how we identify them, and how we set up the plan for down there. For instance, like you said, I mean, those things we have to talk with them and work out. But
Okay.
I'm convinced, as Jerry T said, that we can work out those things, and I think we can work those things out. We're not that far apart right now.
Yeah, I'm from a vice mayor standpoint, I'm confident that our staff is going to be working with the Greek church and the cathedral to figure this out. I'm still in support of based on discussion tonight, I'm in support still of the Greek church's or Greek Orthodox cathedral proposal on what their plan is and working out some of the finer details as Chief mentioned and as the city manager has mentioned tonight.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Commissioner Vitikiorris, you made the motion. Would you willing to modify your motion to include the recommendations of the city manager?
If the city manager can clearly state what his two amendments would be.
Work on the plan to get the people from the church down to the docks and to work out the logistics of the people who are the parishioners and a way to identify them so we don't have the problem of looking at lists or the problems that's come up before. So those are the two things that we will work out, the method of identifying the people to be down there and how we spread the people, and then the method of how we move the people safely from the church to the bayou.
I think that's a reasonable request.
Okay.
So amended, Mayor.
Commissioner Donovan, you seconded, you accept the recommendations?
I wasn't the original second to modify it, but I would second that if it matters.
It was you?
I don't remember.
That's correct. It was Vice Mayor Carr.
Vice Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did actually.
Would you accept that?
Yeah, I'll accept it.
Okay. Before I take it to vote, the president of St. Nicholas Cathedral, Mr. Manis, wants to say something, so if you please be brief, if you please go to the podium so you can be recorded. I know.
Most exercise I've had in 3 months, Mr. Mayor. Nikitas Manus, Tarpon Springs. I would like to say thank you, and I will take direct negotiations with the mayor if we have any problems. It's the only thing that we don't like is the selective enforcement that Chief Cochin does. On some stuff he does, he enforces it, some side he doesn't. That's why, Mr. Mayor, I would like to have you involved with me if there's a problem.
I think city manager will be the person to do that.
Who, you and I?
No, the city manager.
Okay, so it'd be me and the city manager.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Any other comments? If not, we'll go to roll call.
I'd like to make one more comment, Mayor. Again, just for those of you that booed our police chief earlier tonight, that's his job. He has a professional duty to come from the safety perspective side of things. So you may not agree with his specific plan, but I think it's, be mindful of, his role in the city. I think he does a darn good job at it, and I don't want to see him disrespected.
A roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. We're going to,
You're done.
we're done. Yes. We're going to have a 10 minutes recess. We'll be back. Thank you. Connor?
I'll try to.
Reconvene the BOC meeting at 9:51 p.m. The next item on the agenda is number 10, the award bid number 200164B, JL Wastewater Treatment Plan, chlorine conversion. Staff report.
Good evening, Paul Smith, Public Services Director. This item has to do with an important project for the wastewater treatment plant. Our wastewater division manager, Tommy Kiger, he's an engineer on staff with the city, has been working on this, and just give you a brief summary of the request tonight.
Thank you. Mayor Alahouzos, members of the board, my name is Thomas Kiger. I'm the wastewater division manager for the Public Services Department. Today, we are requesting the award of a one-time construction contract to Odyssey Manufacturing Company for the construction of the chlorine conversion project at the Advanced Wastewater Treatment Facility in an amount not to exceed $871,000. The wastewater treatment facility is an advanced wastewater treatment facility that produces public access quality reuse water for reclaimed customers throughout the city. Wastewater facilities producing reclaimed water for public use irrigation must meet high-level disinfection to satisfy permit requirements and protect public health. The wastewater facility currently uses gaseous chlorine to provide disinfection to meet this requirement. This project will replace the original gaseous chlorine disinfection system with a new liquid chlorine disinfection system. Gaseous chlorine was the industry standard for disinfection for many years in the wastewater treatment field, but it is also a hazardous material, and it requires specialized permitting, engineered safety controls, and specialized safety training. Most water and wastewater facilities in the utility field have been transitioning to liquid chlorine for some time. Liquid chlorine is essentially similar to household bleach, and it's easier to transport and store. The construction of a liquid chlorine disinfection system has been a priority for the wastewater facility for many years and is identified in the 10-year capital improvement plan. The Public Services Department completed the design and permitting phase of this project in late 2020. Additionally, due to the reduced use of gaseous chlorine in the industry, many vendors are no longer supporting gaseous chlorine or are increasing unit prices. Currently, the city of Tarpon Springs is one of only 2 utilities using gaseous chlorine remaining in Pinellas County. As such, this project will also improve the long-term resiliency of our facility and modernize the treatment process. The Procurement Services Department completed a competitive bidding process for the construction of this project. 6 vendors submitted timely bids. Staff intend to award this contract to the lowest responsive bidder, Odyssey Manufacturing. The cost of the project will be $871,000, and this includes a $50,000 contingency. This project will be fully funded with budgeted capital funds from the 2020 and 2021 fiscal years. The scope of work will include the installation of 3 liquid chlorine storage tanks, 3 chlorine feed pump skids, the replacement of aging chlorine feed lines, electrical improvements, and the integrations of all this equipment to the facility's SCADA system. The construction of this project will eliminate the potential risk of chemical gas leaks, reduce permitting and reporting requirements, and create a safer workplace for employees and for the general public. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Guy, welcome to Tarpon Springs. and thank you for the presentation. Tell me why this is necessary to be done, and if it can be done in phases, and also this conversion will replace all the equipment?
Yes, sir. The facility was originally built in 1988, and it was originally built with a gaseous disinfection system. The facility was refurbished in about 15 years ago. So overall, some of the equipment is still 30 years old. Other portions of the equipment are 15 years old, and they're they're nearing the end of their useful service life. So they require replacement regardless of the type of replacement to be conducted. So this is a replacement repair project that is necessary to keep the facility operating according to DEP permitting requirements. Additionally, regarding phasing, city staff did discuss the potential to phase the project with our consulting engineer, Ardura. It is feasible to phase the project, but based on the size of this project, this would likely increase the cost of each phase, incurring additional costs for the city. So for this reason, it was decided not to phase the project over time.
The reason why I ask about, it can be done in phases is to make sure that is the system going to be operation during the conversion?
Yes, sir.
It will be.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And one additional benefit to the project that we're proposing is we're eliminating, based on our design, we've eliminated the need for a temporary standby system to be in place. This will allow us to develop an entire new system in place while the existing system remains and is operational, so that we can do all of our troubleshooting, during the construction phase and have no loss of service.
Yes. The city of Clearwater had converted their 3 systems already to liquid. Thank you. Vice Mayor Carr, any questions?
I just appreciate the backup and the information that was back there. Your presentation was very educational about this as well. So thank you for your diligence in making sure our gray water is clean to water our lawns.
Very welcome.
Commissioner Donovan?
No comments, just thank you for the presentation.
Very welcome.
Mr. Curtis?
I have one question that's a curiosity. I know about the chlorine injection, and I know we have some overcapacity that goes into the river, and there's a dechlorination that occurs prior to that going into the river. Is that before the water goes to the reclaimed storage tanks, or is it after? And is the reclaimed water that goes in the storage tank still chlorinated?
The dechlorination system is only operated when the city has excess water and is discharged to our surface water outfall. Under normal operations, about 80% of the time, we use our reclaimed water we store it in our reclaimed water tanks or send it to distribution. And in both of those cases, the water is not dechlorinated. It is, we maintain a chlorine residual to be protective of public health.
I've always wondered about that. Thank you.
Very well.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Public comments? We got second?
Yeah, second.
Public comments? Do we have anyone wishing to speak on this item? Here none. Ms. Jacobs, have we received any emails?
No emails were received.
Mr. Jupp, do we have any attendees wishing to speak on this item?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have one raised hand at this time.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. If you could state your name and address.
Sure. Mark Washburn, 124 East Lake Drive in Tarpon. I just have a quick question. Being an engineer, we're making a small jump from gaseous chlorine to liquid chlorine, but wouldn't it make more sense to take it even a step further and utilize high intensity UV disinfection instead, which requires absolutely no chemical and actually be driven using PV solar panels during the day? That's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jump, do you have anybody else wishing to speak?
We do not have any other raised hands at this time.
Thank you. Tommy, thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We are now going to item number 12, which is a settlement of code enforcement liens. 1113 East Lime Street. City Attorney, if you please present this item.
Thank you, Mayor. This property at 1113 East Lime Street has had a number of code violations over the years. The code violations that are currently pending are on cases in 2014, 2015, and 2016. These liens have been unpaid. They're against prior owners of the property. They total approximately $103,500. A couple of weeks ago, I received a inquiry from the current property owner wishing to resolve and settle the liens because they have built a home on the property. It's all cleaned up. They want to sell the home, and they can't do that without having to address the liens. There has been an offer made. That offer is in the amount of $20,000 for those liens in the amount of $103,500. We think that it is a reasonable offer, and we're asking that the Board of Commissioners authorize us to accept that $20,000 in return for a partial release of the code enforcement liens. What that means is that it will release the liens from the property at 1113 East Lime Street. However, it would remain against the prior owners, and those are listed in the backup, their names. And so there may be a possibility of collecting a little bit more from that company and that individual sometime in the future. But we'd like to be able to get this property closed. And so I think this is a good offer, and we're asking for you to approve that settlement offer.
Thank you. Do we have any staff report, Mr. Licouris? No. Okay. The chair will entertain a motion.
Accept the offer.
Second.
I've got a question for the attorney.
Go ahead.
I guess this is just a statement, actually. So it looks like when I'm looking at the property appraisers that this individual or this company didn't acquire the property at like a reduced rate. They acquired it at $112,000, which seems like a lot for a piece of property without a house on it. Or it looks like, I guess, a duplex or triplex at some point. So City Attorney, just for clarification, you stated that the individual that had the property in 2014 and 15 would still have the liens against their name?
That's correct.
So they were able to sell it, though, with the liens that were against the property? Did I understand that correctly?
They did sell it. The property owner that owns it now bought it from an individual who bought it from these companies that had the liens on them. So it's just been moving through the process. They're taking it with whatever liens were on it as it was going through the change in ownership. Obviously, they needed to deal with it at some time, and now's that time.
Okay, so when the change in ownership happened, the liens followed it. They knew that the liens were there because they did a lien search and a title search, right?
They would have had, well, first of all, the answer is yes, the liens were there. If they did a title search, they would have seen them. I don't know whether they did a title search or not.
Okay. So this company purchased the property knowing that there's a significant amount of liens on the property already.
What actually happened is an individual by the name of Jesus Aquino purchased the property, and then he basically conveyed it to this company as collateral to build a home, and now they're selling it back to him after they built the home. That's what I've been told.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any public comments on this item?
Panayotis Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. Do you guys hear yourselves in this code enforcement board? Did I hear the numbers right? $100,000 was fined against the property. So what does that do for an individual? You guys are forcing them to sell properties by fining them ridiculous amounts. We've been saying it for how long now? What about the other property? You guys were fining the corner of alternate 19 because vagrants were there and the people and the owners were out of town. How are they supposed to handle that? That job is up to the police officers of our police department to regulate trespassing, not the people out of town who can't control it. This money racket is going to come to an end. I keep watching these code enforcement boards and it's disgusting. The 5 members on the board, they're egomaniacs. They get upset if someone doesn't respond back to them. They sit there and pick and choose how much they're going to fine somebody per day. And like I said, where are the Brazilian tree peppers that you guys have on city property everywhere that you guys use the same code enforcement to fine other people? You guys are the biggest hypocrites. And at some point, I don't know if it's in a year, I don't know when it's going to happen, but we're going to change the guard. We're going to get away from these people who got nothing better to do, who serve you all by driving up fees for property owners, forcing them to other people who are in office to do their own stuff for their own interests. And you all know it's disgusting. So at some point, this code enforcement racket is going to end. Mark, you're the city manager. You oversee all of this. That's why one of my main goals is to separate code enforcement from the police department. That way, the police department doesn't have any extra incentive to keep racking fines on the people. And all you did right now was leave Steve Gasson, stop doing it, but he's still watching the lady who's controlling it all, and he's really doing all the paperwork on the back end. So what change have we done? And Mayor, none of you guys can rebuttal against me unless you want to, because you guys know it's wrong. But slowly but surely, we're going to get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments? Hear none. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any emails?
No emails on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Jump. Do we have anybody on Zoom that would like to speak?
If anyone on Zoom would like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand at this time. If you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record. And they seem to be unresponsive at this time. So at this time, we do not have any other raised hands.
Okay, thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. Next, I would like to go to the item number 17, which is the dates for special and work sessions. Mr. Licouris.
What I've given you in the sake of time tonight, we don't have to set all these dates, but I imagine we'd at least want to set the first one. Obviously, we have January 12th, where we can set some of the other meetings. You have a list of the available dates that are open for meetings. You have the topics so far that we've talked about, either a work session, a special session, town hall type meeting. So I would say in the sake of time, whichever one we're going to set for either January 19th or 20th or February 2nd or 3rd that we set, and then we can deal with the 12th, setting the future meetings after that.
Mr. Licouris, I am available at all those dates.
Just need the topic you want to do and which of those dates you want.
I think the homeless issue in town is very important. Vice Mayor?
I have nothing on my schedule for the next 3 years. So I'm happy to put any of these dates down. I would like to understand the new building code and FEMA work session. And then I'm kind of going the opposite of how it's listed. So I'm going the other direction of 3, 2, 1, currently my priority.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Are we also, and I guess this is for our city manager, are we also including 4 and 5 in this discussion?
Again, when we thought we were going to have more time, we were going to try to set the whole schedule from now until April. So if we want to just, obviously we have notice problems since we've got a month for the next meeting. So I'd like to at least set the first one. And then if the board wants to decide which one and what dates we want to do, we could deal with that on the 12th. But it's up to you.
Okay, I'm good with either the homeless issue town hall or the Hoffman property town hall, because I think, we just spent all that money to buy that. We got to deciding what we're going to do with it. As far as the dates go, Tuesdays are going to work better for me this upcoming spring. I have class Wednesday nights. Obviously, I'll miss class if I ever have to, but I would prefer it be Tuesday nights so I don't have to.
Commissioner Tiquiotis?
I just want to make sure I understand what we're talking about are, you've listed the topics, but are these, maybe someone else asked the question, are these work sessions or are these town hall meetings that we're talking about?
They're different. They say on there, the work sessions I've identified, which is city rules and procedures and the new building code, FEMA updates. Those are both work sessions. The town hall meetings have to be special sessions because obviously you want comments from the public. Same with the Hoffman property and seawall, sea level rise session. Those will all be special sessions because obviously you want the public to participate in those. Whereas the other twos are mostly internal work session items to be handled in a work session.
Okay. Any of the dates are fine. You're asking us which topics as well, right?
Yes, which ones to do first, second, third, or whatever number you want to give to me.
Okay. I think I think a couple of people said the homeless issue. Is that correct? Yeah. Yeah, I think that should be the number one. But that's going to be a work session. Is that correct?
No, town hall.
Town hall. Okay, then that's fine. I just want to make sure we had the opportunity to talk to, ask, for example, the Shepherd Center to come in and be able to talk to them and that sort of thing. Do you need anything more beyond that, or do you want
If three of you, the homeless, if you'd prefer the January 19th or February 2nd?
Well, oh no, either one of those are fine with me. You're asking?
Yes.
Yeah.
February
2nd. City manager, of course, any of the dates you're asking for a date, is that correct?
If the homeless is the first issue, which of the Tuesday dates, since I didn't know the new schedule, the schedule about Wednesdays, I want to put Wednesdays on. These are meetings where there's no meetings on the night. So I'd imagine we could schedule for the 19th, or if you wanted more time of notification for people, the homeless, the 2nd. So if, for instance, the homeless issue, you want a town hall on January 19th, we can set that probably there, or February 2nd.
Maybe I'm a little confused. Have the others mentioned a date?
I just said that I'm available all the dates there. So any day that it's available, it's fine with
Well,
me.
I'm the same way. I mean, I don't have any preferences, is what I'm getting at.
Can I make a quick comment about the date? I think it's important to do February to give a chance to get the word out more about this town hall and try to get as much involvement as we can in
that's
town hall.
fine.
So
That's fine.
February 2nd then?
I think that would be a good start.
Okay.
As far as following up with these others, do you want us to provide something to you in writing, or?
Oh, you could, I get a consensus to set them, and then we could
Or
always
pick
at
it
a
up.
meeting change it.
Maybe pick it up at the next meeting? or-
Yes, yes.
That's what you want to do?
Yes.
I prefer to pick it up at the next meeting.
Yes, me too.
So, okay, thank you.
Mr. Licorice, do you need a motion for that or just consensus?
No, I think just
Is that what you
consensus to
want?
set it. I think consensus is fine.
Okay. Do we have public comments on this item? Ms. Jacobs, do we have any emails?
No emails on this
Mr.
item.
Jump, anyone online that wishing to speak?
If anyone is online who would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. We already have consensus, so we move on to the ordinance and resolutions, which item number 13, resolution 2020-82, ratification of executive orders. Mr. City Attorney, please read the title.
Mayor Commissioners, Resolution 2020-82, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, ratifying Executive Order 2020-44 and extending the declaration of local state of emergency to December 22nd, 2020, and providing for an effective date hereof. That was the reading of Resolution 2020-82 by title only.
Thank you. Mr. LaCourse, do you have any comments on that?
No, that's just the normal 7 days, continuing the order.
Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Do we have any commission comments?
None.
Ms. Jacobs, have we received any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jeff, do we have any attendees wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. Next is item 14, Resolution 2020-81, Budget Resolution. City Attorney, if you please read the resolution.
Resolution 2020-81, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending the budget for fiscal year 2020 through 21. That was the reading of Resolution 2020-81 by title only.
Mr. Herrick looks like he's ready to present this item.
Okay. Good
Yes,
evening,
this
Mayor.
is the item that we usually have to roll things over from one year to the next. So Mr. Herring is available if you've got any questions about this and what's being rolled over.
Okay. Yes, that is correct, City Manager. Budget Resolution 2020-81 is being brought forward to budget items in fiscal year 2021, the new fiscal year from fiscal year 2020 that were still in process as of September 30th, 2020. The items to bring forward were approved and budgeted in fiscal year 2020, but not expensed in fiscal year 2020. On the cover letter, I've listed the major projects individually that are over $100,000, which total about $12.5 million combined. After that are some smaller capital and operating items under $100,000 each that total about $1.6 million. And then there are donation balances as of September 30th, 2020 that total about $282,000, which are being carried forward. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So we have 17 projects, $14.5 million to be transferred from 2021.
Correct.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Are there any commission comments? No. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any emails?
No emails were received.
Mr. Jump, do you have anybody online that are wishing to speak?
If anyone is online who would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. We are now going to the item number 15, which is the Anclote Harbor, the ordinance 2020-34, preliminary plan development and rezoning. This is a second reading. This is a quasi-judicial. The city attorney will read the title and will explain the quasi-judicial process.
Thank you, Mayor. This is ordinance 2020-34, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending the official zoning map of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, for 72.62 acres more or less of real property located at 42501 US Highway 19 North, on the east side of US Highway 19 North, from zoning designation GB General Business to zoning designation RPD Residential Plan Development, approving preliminary plan development for Anclote Harbor Residential Plan Development, providing for waivers of design requirements of the RPD district, providing for findings and providing for an effective date. Well, this is the second and final reading of ordinance 2020-34 by title only. It was published in the Tampa Bay Times by title only on October 28th and on December 2nd of this year. These are the quasi-judicial procedures that we'll be following today. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the Board of Commissioners acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it is not the board's function to make law, but rather to apply law that has already been established. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. The board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence of the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find against the applicant. I would ask if there were any commissioners that have had any ex parte communications or conflicts of interest they would like to address. Commissioner Vaticiotis.
Yeah. I'd like to divulge that I had communications, ex parte communications with Ms. Cindy Terrapini, who's the developer's planner, Mr. John Terrapini, who was present at some of the discussions, although I don't know what his role or relationship is with this development. What we discussed was primarily the second vehicular access and the reclaimed water, trying to get some background as to how we got to where we were from the beginning of this endeavor on the developer's part. Also, I had communications by email with Ms. Vincent of the city staff through the city manager. The discussions documented, they're documented in the emails. I believe her responses were sent to all the commissioners. The topics involved obtaining paper copies of the plans, utilizing and the utilities. Discussions or information on the utilities, available utilities in the area. Requesting for any written approval that the staff may have on the median openings for the U-turns. That was the extent of that. And also, I've had communications with a number of residents who've actually contacted me to ask questions. I'm not sure if that's part of the ex parte communications, but I just wanted to divulge that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any others? All right, so at this time, I'd like to go ahead and swear in all witnesses. Anyone that's going to testify tonight, if you could stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn under oath. You swear that the testimony you're about to give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Please be seated. Mayor and Commissioners, I would remind you that this is a continuation of a prior quasi-judicial hearing. All the evidence and that you've received, whether it would be testimony or documentary evidence that was received at the last meeting, is still part of this proceeding. With that, I'm going to ask staff to make any further presentation, if there is any.
Yes, thank you. And if we can switch to the, thank you. For the purposes of this discussion tonight, I'm just going to hit the high points of the first presentation.
Renee, why don't you state your name and
I'm sorry,
your
Renee
relationship.
Vincent, Renee Vincent, Planning Director, City of Tarpon Springs.
Thank you.
Again, this is the second second hearing for preliminary plan development and rezoning for property for the Anclote Harbors project. The property is located on US 19. Everybody is fairly familiar with this property at this point. The conditional use was approved last week, subject to approval of the final second reading of the preliminary plan development. An aerial photo of the site. Land use, future land use designations are commercial general and residential office general. There's no change to the land use designations for this project. The zoning on the property is general business. That is being proposed to be changed to residential plan development with an associated preliminary development plan. The total property contains 72 acres, 72 acres. 8 acres of that roughly is actually submerged land. So for the purposes of discussion, we talk about 64 acres as being the site acreage. Of that 64 acres, 42 acres are uplands and 22 acres are wetlands. Just kind of by the numbers again, 64 acres are in the proposal. Of that acreage, 29 acres is actually proposed to be developed and almost 35 acres is proposed to be undeveloped. That's about 54% of the total of the project site that's not submerged lands. Of the 22 acres of wetlands on the site, less than 1 acre is being impacted and will be mitigated on site. So approximately 97% of the wetlands will be retained on site. Within the property that is being retained as undeveloped, 11.7 of that acres is actually identified as significant upland habitat to be preserved. And then this is just the overall look at the site. It contains 5 buildings, 404 residential units. There are significant recreational assets, clubhouse, pool, a boat dock, kayak launch, recreational elements, walking trails being proposed for the site. The primary access proposed for, the only access proposed for the site at this time is via US 19. There will be additional discussion on that later. Proposed elevations, one of the waivers being requested is for 53 feet in height, where 45 would normally be allowed, and that's to allow for clustering of the buildings and reduce the number of buildings that are required on the site. That is a waiver that staff is recommending approval for. Going back just real quickly, just to get it into the record regarding the second, the access points. A project of this size would normally require a second access point. That is a waiver that's being requested by the board, by the applicant. And we'll discuss that a little more in detail later. Project amenities, again, these are on-site project amenities. It is proposed to be a private development, so all the amenities that are being proposed will be for the use of the residents only. It will be proposed to be gated. Just a general overview of the landscaping details. We do have a preliminary landscape plan that's been received. They will have to submit for final landscape plans that fully address the tree preservation and mitigation requirements of the code. Traffic impacts. Again, I'm going to wait for discussion on this later on. We do have some experts to speak to the proposed circulation of traffic and the off-site improvements that are proposed on US 19. The applicant will provide a new wastewater force main. This is a preliminary to handle wastewater from the site. Under the review criteria, staff does find that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and our ability to provide public facilities to the project. Environmental criteria are being met, and it is generally compatible with adjacent surrounding properties. As I said, there are 2 waivers being requested. One is to allow 53-foot building height. The second is for 1 vehicular access point to the development. Staff recommendation is to approve this. We'll go into a little more depth on the conditions and the staff report addendums when I talk about those. The Planning and Zoning Board did review this. It's also recommended approval with 1 dissenting vote. Okay, with that, I would like to focus now on the staff report addendums. There have been 3 provided. At the same time that they were being provided to the board, they were provided to the applicant as well as were uploaded to the city's website for the public. So the first staff report addendum provides a synopsis of the conditions of approval that were reviewed at the first reading and the changes that were added by the Board of Commissioners, as well as changes that were agreed to by the applicant. And there's some discussion points along with that. So there were 5 conditions that the board added. One was to remove originally there were 19 conditions in the staff report. Condition 14 was removed. That was the donation of the 1.84 acre parcel. That was agreed to by the developer as well. There was a condition regarding the feasibility of signalization being synced with the U-turns. The city's traffic engineering consultant will be available to discuss that particular condition this evening. There was a condition related to requiring Florida Green Building certification. There were some conditions replacing out some of the recommended landscaping. And then the 5th condition that will probably be of discussion tonight was to acquire additional right-of-way or determine feasibility of utilizing the existing 40-foot right-of-way of Hayes Road to provide a secondary ingress and egress to the site. So along with this particular addendum, there's a discussion regarding potential impacts to environmental lands and wetlands and upland habitat that would otherwise be preserved as part of this proposal. So for those reasons, the staff is maintaining its recommendation to approve the waiver for the secondary access. And again, this will be discussed in more detail as the evening goes on. based upon the environmental impacts, the fact that our fire marshal has declared that the proposed access via US 19 is sufficient for their emergency needs, and as well as the preliminary plan conditions of approval, number 5, specifically states to minimize additional traffic on minor residential roads. And so, this proposal to, as it is, does not impact any local roads at all. Should the board wish to keep this condition of approval regarding the extension of the Hayes Road and making that connection, there is a suggested condition that you may wish to consider adding. That language is that the developer will pursue construction of a 2-lane rural road section with sidewalks within the existing 40-foot right-of-way of Hayes Road, subject to obtaining approval from Pinellas County and all other applicable jurisdictional agencies. The city of Tarpon Springs will be a co-applicant on all required permits. The city will accept financial responsibility for any additional requirements specifically tied to the right-of-way use permit from Pinellas County only, above and beyond the normal expected costs associated with construction of a rural 2-lane road, sidewalks, and associated drainage improvements. Again, that's recommended language for your consideration. Additional information that was provided in the first addendum, it was discussion on the pre and post grading plans. Those were provided to the board, as well as the city engineers, or the consulting engineers review. There's a 2-page report associated with that preliminary drainage and grading plans. So that was provided to the board for reference. Again, all of those things that are identified in the engineer's report will have to be addressed during final plan development. The tree removal and replacement plan, again, we have a preliminary landscape plan and tree removal and mitigation plan. We are continuing to work with the applicant. We realize that it's insufficient at this time, but we can work through that with final plan development. At the end of the day, they have to follow the land development code for required landscaping, as well as meeting the tree mitigation requirements. Our intent from the staff perspective is to maintain as many trees as we can and plant additional trees before we resort to accepting a payment into the mitigation bank. Reclaimed water availability was a discussion point at the first reading. There is a city transmission line located about 2,300 feet south of the site. So reclaimed water is available. There's additional information in the agenda backup regarding our capacity and our ability to provide reclaim to the site. We can provide it if the applicant extends the line. However, there may be trade-offs in that with the additional capacity that we do have it will exacerbate the dry periods of when we run out. So it's a trade-off discussion but we are prepared to take them and provide reclaimed if they wish to do that. There was discussion regarding the bus shelter, the ability to provide a bus shelter in coordination with Pasco County Public Transit. There was some discussion around building architecture, and then there was a discussion around the number of EV available spaces that the applicant could provide as part of the development. I don't have any information on those 3 things at this point. Items 13 through 19 were items that were provided or commitments that were made by the developer at first reading regarding providing design assistance for the city-owned parcel, the 5-foot trails to the sidewalk from the site to the Pinellas Trail, the potential for the bus shelter and Pasco County Public Transportation, the green building certification, and the EV. So the applicant committed to provide additional information on those things. The attachments in that particular addendum, there are exhibits where we identified what we think would be the areas where the wetlands would be impacted, that if the road is the Hayes Road connection is made. There's also just a general schematic of travel patterns from Hayes through Jasmine out to either US 19 or to Tarpon Avenue, depending on what route folks would take out of there. We did provide the full Appendix A to the traffic impact analysis that was requested. That also contains the methodology for the impact analysis, as well as the DOT preliminary approval letter for the design of the entrance. And we did provide the engineer of record review and report for the preliminary drainage. The second addendum that was provided contains the updated drainage and grading plans that we received earlier this week. It contains an analysis of the city-owned parcel where we were asked to evaluate the ability to how much parking could be provided, as well as the consideration for the additional sidewalk segment to widen that from the project site down to the Pinellas Trail. So that analysis has been provided. The attachment C was an analysis of ad valorem taxes, impact fees, and our general economic assessment. The taxes and impact fees were provided at first reading. The economic assessment is additional information for your consideration, just at a high level. The rents being proposed for the project are $1,500 to $2,500 a month. That corresponds to incomes of $60,000 to $100,000 per year for folks that would be renting in these apartments. That would equate to up to $20,000 in annual discretionary spending per unit, which could yield up to $8 million annually in local spending. Will that happen? This is, maybe, maybe not, but that's a big picture of discretionary income that could go back into the community. This would also support about 120 additional jobs in the community. Based on the construction cost, during the construction period itself, we would estimate that an additional 356 full-time equivalent direct and indirect jobs would be created, again, during that time of the actual construction. This data is based on U.S. Census Bureau community analyst data and was provided with the help of Ben Friedman, who works for Pinellas County as a market intelligence specialist. The last attachment to the second addendum is a discussion of the gap analysis that was presented by the applicant regarding the US 19 and the ability that how that offset U-turn entrance functions and the ability for people exiting the site to be able to cross the 3 lanes, get into the U-turn lane, make the U-turn. And so that was a gap analysis that was conducted that found that there was sufficient gaps in the flow of traffic to allow those turning movements to happen. Staff actually went out on Monday morning with the city's drone between 7:15 and 8 o'clock in the morning, which is during AM hour, peak hour of traffic. And we popped the drone up and we did 3 different drone segments just to provide a real look at how the traffic operates. Those were provided to the board. They've been posted on the website. We also asked our city consulting engineer for traffic to review those along with the gap analysis that was presented. And generally, her findings were that based on the drone footage, just as it compares to the gap analysis, the drone footage reinforces the gap analysis, and those things do seem accurate as they've been presented. Again, only focusing on the AM because we don't have a PM drone footage. So her exact response is included in that attachment D. The last addendum is I tried to take all the conditions that have been talked about from beginning to end and put them in one place as an aid for discussion later this evening, should you get to the point of when you get to the actual voting and discussing conditions. So items 1 through 18 of this are the original conditions that were in the staff report. The original condition number 14 was stricken because that was agreed to by the applicant and by the board at the last reading. So conditions 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24 are new conditions that have been discussed by the board at last reading or provided as concessions by the applicant. So I've married those up as best as I can. Condition number 21, you'll notice that there are actually 2 different versions of condition number 21. The first version, and this was provided directly by the applicant, The applicant provided a set of conditions that they wanted, that they were offering, that were provided to you earlier today. They've been incorporated into this document. So regarding the Hayes Road specifically, number 21, the applicant's recommended language is, should the city elect to build Hayes Road, the applicant will connect the project to the new Hayes Road, pay transportation impact fee estimated at $573,680, and will contribute an additional $100,000 to the city to defray the city's cost of construction of Hayes Road east to Jasmine Avenue. The city agrees to notify the applicant in writing of its decision to build or not build Hayes Road within 90 days of final plan development approval. Again, underneath of that, you'll see the staff condition that we recommended regarding Hayes Road, if you wish to have the applicant construct the road. So that's a discussion point that for the board. Condition, see, the other new condition that's been brought into number 24, the applicant will install solar panels to serve the main clubhouse. That was provided by the applicant today. Condition number 23 speaks to their willingness to spend up to $20,000 toward the design of the city parcel for the parking, trailhead, landscaping, and things of that nature. And the applicant does agree to extend the reclaimed water line. That's condition number 22. With all that, there are still 3 things that are not fully addressed. Again, the sidewalk connection from the Pinellas Trail, from the project entrance to the Pinellas Trail. Do you want an additional width for that particular sidewalk? We still do not have information on the EV capable spaces, and a commitment toward the bus shelter coordination with Pasco County Public Transportation. So I realize that's a lot to digest and unpack again. I'll be happy to answer questions at the appropriate time in the hearing. We do have Linda Hess, who is our consulting engineer for traffic, on the Zoom call. Rick Aguirre from Burgess and Nyepel is also on. He was our consulting engineer for the drainage and stormwater, who was on the call. And then the applicant has requested Joel Provenzano from Florida DOT, who is also on the Zoom call. And I believe the applicant does want to bring him up next to allow him to speak regarding the entrance. So I'll stop there and answer questions if you have them, or wait till an appropriate time.
No, don't step away.
Okay.
Any questions of Ms. Vincent by the commission?
Mr. City Attorney, if you don't mind, I need to extend the time of the meeting. It's getting close to 11 o'clock. Would like to extend the the time of the meeting. Need a motion?
Motion to move to extend the time to 11:45.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I do. And Ms. Vincent, thank you for reporting all the emails you keep sending to us, keep us informed. As the city attorney stated, that this meeting is a continuation of the last meeting, so I would like to state my concerns that I have from the last meeting. My first concern was condition 14, which is the property that was offered to the city for self-park. Well, that's not an issue any longer because it's off the table. The second concern that I had, it was the impact this development will have to the wetlands. The applicant explained to us that the impact for the wetlands is going to be less than 1 acre, and the mitigation will be done on site. My third concern, it was the traffic that will be developed on US 19 for the cars trying to turn north and south. In order for them to do that, they have to cross 3 lanes on US 19. And for that, I'd like to ask Mr. City Attorney, I would like to ask our city traffic engineer a question.
Okay, well, we're going to get to that next, but let's finish with this witness first with all the commission, and then we'll bring up the other, well, at least the city is going to put on 2 more witnesses, so we'll do them one at a time, Mayor. So
Okay.
Do you have any other questions of Ms. Vincent?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I would like to ask a question on the language that was recommended. The city will accept financial responsibility for any additional requirements specifically tied to the right-of-way use permit from the Pinellas County. Would you please explain that?
Sure. So half of Hayes Road is under Pinellas County jurisdiction. Only a small portion of it is actually under city jurisdiction. Jasmine Road is under county jurisdiction as well. So to do the Hayes Road extension and make the connection with their project, Pinellas County is going to have to be heavily involved and approve the connection itself, whether or not they want that traffic traveling, the additional traffic on Jasmine Road, and the impacts of that from their perspective of, do they want additional improvements? I'll use the term downstream. So in discussion with the applicant, that's such an unknown that they have a hard time, that committing to that is that kind of that unknown. So with regard to the right-of-way use permit just itself and the Pinellas County aspects, we're recommending that we would be responsible for whatever those additional requirements above and beyond the normal road connection might be. So that's very open-ended. You can take it out. You can, it's a recommended condition just because of the unknowns and how the developer can possibly respond to that.
I'm sure the applicant will respond to that.
Sure.
Mr. City Attorney, my next question will be to the city traffic engineer. I'll wait for that.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Any other commissioners have questions of Ms. Vincent while she's standing there? Yes, Vice Mayor.
A couple quick ones. Did the applicant come up with the cost of $100,000 for Hayes Road if the city feels that's the best way to go, or is that something that a number came from staff or?
That came from the applicant.
Okay. Does anyone on staff currently know what it actually costs to construct a road? Okay.
You need to respond audibly for that.
I'm sorry. I do not know what it would take. We don't have any estimates of construction costs for that segment of Hayes Road to make that connection, especially with regard to potential wetland impacts.
Okay. Did staff have any discussions about the design for landscaping on the city property at all? Up to 20,000?
No.
Okay.
We have no.
Okay. All right. No further questions.
Commissioner Donovan, any questions?
Yeah, just one quick one for staff. For the Hayes Road potential, entrance exit, how will that impact wetlands and wildlife? Because that's just my concern when we're trying to get that, second entrance exit, that we might be taking one step forward, two steps back.
Sure. Well, I took my presentation. If you look in the staff report addendum number, I believe number 1, there's an exhibit that's provided where I blew up and I put a circle around the area, and you can clearly see that to make the connection from their site, their parking lot, you're going to have to cross what's identified as, significant upland habitat, as well as wetlands that you just really can't avoid. So there would definitely be impacts. The magnitude of them, can't really speak to it 100%, but you're definitely going to have impacts. And we would lose some amount of upland habitat that's otherwise being set aside right now. The applicant maybe have additional information on that. I think they've done some analysis.
Okay, so that, I believe it was 54% number that you gave of 54% of the total property not being, developed, that would change.
It would change, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Vaticiotis, any questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Ms. Vincent, the preservation land percentages, you showed that 21 acres would be preservation. I think that's about 1/3 of the overall project site. What's the difference between that designation and what the county would designate as preservation? For example, there's been a lot of discussion concerning the purchase of the property by the county for preservation. I don't know anything more about that, but let's just assume for a minute it could be a park, it could be preservation, and my suspicion is it'd be more than preservation, like what we have off Carlton Road, that the property is just fenced off, which is what I think the developer's proposing to do here along the Anclote River. What is the difference between that preservation land and what, for example, the county did off Carlton Road?
I don't know that there's a ton of difference. So some of the lands, like around where the eagles are and stuff, I mean, that will be at a preservation status and left undisturbed. Some of the lands that they're proposing where they have the walking trails, they're actually proposing for rec open space to allow those walking trails, but it's otherwise undisturbed land. Preservation generally means exactly that. There's very limited, it's preserved and left alone. You don't generally, so the Carlton Road property is a good example. It's fenced, there's no access to it. It's not really an asset to the community other than to look at it and know that it's there for wildlife habitat. So that would be the distinction, I think.
Well, is it fair to say about 21 acres? I mean, what you're showing is actually going to be that type as you're describing that will be fenced off, or does that include something else that I'm not seeing anyway?
I think it's a combination of uplands that would be undisturbed around the Eagle's Nest and a couple of other areas. And let me caveat this, it's not, and we can require this, but right now it's not changing that to preservation status, but the plan development puts it in preservation because of the plan development. And then the areas that they're going to designate as where the trails and everything are, that southern piece, we had originally recommended to put those into either a conservation easement or preservation. The applicant requested to put them in rec open space instead so that they can provide the trails through the property, but otherwise remains undisturbed.
Okay. Can we take it the next step and actually request that it be formally designated as preservation land?
Certainly.
Okay.
I mean, just knowing that you're probably you may be impacting the ability for that recreation aspect for the residents, but yes, it could be put into preservation.
Okay, and I'm just asking this next question. I'll just mark that. The next question, you mentioned the grading plan has been reviewed and everything. I do have a question on that. You would prefer for me to defer that to later?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, for our engineer of record would be better equipped to answer that.
During the discussion and working up this project with the developer, was there much of a discussion or any discussion concerning a trailhead and widening that sidewalk from the entrance of the development to the trail?
There was no discussion of a trailhead. I'm trying to think. I know that we may have had some staff discussions about it would be desirable to widen the sidewalk if possible, but I don't think that was directly, asked of the developer until we got into the public hearing setting.
Isn't it fair to say, though, that that's part of our recreational element of our comprehensive plan transportation to increase the multimodal opportunities?
Oh, certainly. Yes. I mean, yeah, there was, when you have the opportunity, as long as it's reasonably connected to the development of the site and the impacts, as long as we're not, I'll use the term tripping over into exaction land, something that's unreasonable, then yes, anytime that we can, improve our inventory of preservation or, access to the trail and things of that nature is certainly supported by the comprehensive plan.
And the who would pay for that would be dealt with later, is that correct? I mean, or is that something we should consider designating now? For example, out of impact fees, recreation impact fees, or would it?
If we were doing it, would probably come out of recreation impact fees.
Okay, could we request the developer to do that?
That request can be made.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. You came on board in May. I'm sorry, April.
May.
And then you were approved in April, right?
I was approved in April.
And the
I believe it was
application
April.
came forward in May, I think.
Early May, before I arrived.
Were there discussions with this project with the city prior to that application?
Prior to my tenure here? Yes.
That you're aware of prior to you coming here, yes.
I do know that city staff has certainly met with the developer, previous to the application being submitted and me coming here, yes.
Do you know how far back? That's something I could ask the developer.
I don't know that definitively, no.
Okay. Was there, as far as the reclaimed water capacity would be something that we would ask a question of later? And I'm hoping there's somebody here from the city that can address that. Okay.
Paul Smith will be on the Zoom
All
call
right.
to answer
The
that.
city manager is affirming that
Yes.
there is, so we'll defer that. And that would be the upsizing and extending of the utilities. You mentioned the traffic consultant is here tonight, the city's staff consultant on traffic. Do you know whether that consultant was present during the TRC and the staff discussions that may have taken place prior to you coming here?
I know that there's been discussions regarding the traffic methodology. I don't know if those discussions were taking place prior to my coming here, but they certainly were taking place once the conceptual plan development came in.
With the traffic consultant, the person that you mentioned that is here tonight?
I can't confirm it's actually her. We were talking with American as our consulting engineer. I don't know if it was exactly her.
So that would be something that I would ask the traffic engineer at this time the mayor asked his questions. Okay. And on the second vehicular access, that I asked Mrs. Terrapini, and she did not have an answer to this, was can a waiver be granted later? And she deferred to you, although I have not mentioned that to you yet. In other words, the developer is requesting a waiver as part of the preliminary development plan. And my question is, there's a lot of loose ends, just as you're describing with Hayes Road, discussions that with the city commission that should be taking place, concerns that Commissioner Donovan has, questions that we don't know the answer to at this point. So can this waiver be granted later?
I think as long as as long as it's caveated as part of the preliminary plan development that this is for something that to be worked through, and if it is just infeasible that that waiver can be reconsidered at the final plan development time. I don't think there's anything procedurally wrong with that. I would defer to the city attorney, but I think that would be okay as long as it's kind of open and discussed and not what I would fear would be once a preliminary plan development is approved. One of the things, the trigger points for making it go back through the entire process is something that constitutes a major amendment. And I believe a change to the access points it would be considered a major amendment. So we just need to be cognizant of how that gets worded in that it can be considered as part of the final plan development without it going back for a full re-review plan, going to planning and zoning board and reapproving the preliminary plan development.
Okay, I would hope the city the city attorney, if he says any issue with what you're saying, he'd speak up, although I'm not sure that that's his role this evening.
I'll be happy to answer questions once the witnesses are done, but I have the code provision 83.00 paren A, which has got the information available.
Okay. We'll address it later after the witnesses are done. Okay. The waiver is out of section 83 of our land development code. Okay. In that, and I think you referenced 83B, I think somewhere in the staff report, that particular section requires one or more circumstances to be fulfilled for the waiver to be possible to be requested. What specific provision out of those 5 are you suggesting gives the opportunity to grant a waiver on this singular vehicular access, which, by the way, is required in the land development code under section 129 driveway and access management, C3, each residential development in excess of 50 units shall provide a secondary means of access where feasible. So we're going from 50 units to over 400. And we're asking for a waiver for a singular vehicular access. So there's 5 conditions here that one of them has to be met to justify that a waiver can be requested.
And my response to that would be because of the environmental impacts, staff would feel that this is a superior alternative. Our fire marshal has reviewed it and, has agreed that they have adequate access. The secondary access is really an emergency access issue. And I also call attention to, under the plan development review criteria, there's a specific condition that talks about not adversely impacting minor local roads with additional traffic as part of a planned development district. And so we certainly, the proposal as it is would meet that condition. So it's a little bit of a trade-off. I'm not sure I'm 100% answering your question, but.
No, let me address your response to make sure I understand. So you're using the word superior alternative, and here it says where the development will provide an alternative which will achieve the purposes of the requirement through the clearly superior design, efficiency, or performance. So what you're suggesting is the singular vehicular access is better than 2 accesses.
In this instance, yes, because of the environmental impacts and the overall intent of the project to preserve as much wetlands and environmental uplands as possible. Yes.
Okay, I disagree with that, but let's go to the next point, number 2, protection of significant features, which I think is what you're hanging your hat on. Where the waiver or modification is necessary to preserve or enhance significant existing environmental or cultural features such as trees, scenic areas, historic sites, or public facilities related to the development site. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you done any analysis, or has the staff done any analysis to demonstrate that?
I think it speaks for itself that they're preserving, by not having that access, that you're preserving significant features on the site in terms of, native habitat and wetlands and things of that nature.
Can you quantify that? How much acreage are we talking about?
I have not quantified it, no, sir.
That's what I'm speaking of. So we really don't know. Other than you're just simply thinking it's a good thing to do, therefore it requires, we can demonstrate a waiver to go from 50 units up to over 400. Okay. On the tree planting and removal plan that was submitted, did our arborist have an opportunity to evaluate that?
Yes.
Okay. Did she have any comments, or he? I guess I would assume that she had.
Yes.
Okay. Did she have any comments to that effect?
Yes. In fact, there's some of the specific language that's in the associated condition. Let me find that. So the condition number 2, the conceptual plan detailing approach for eradication and future management of Brazilian pepper as part of the final plan development. The final plan shall be submitted at the time of application for building permit for site work in conjunction with the arborist report and final tree protection and mitigation plan. And that the city recognizes that it may be appropriate in some areas of the site to address tree protection requirements on an area-wide basis for habitats being preserved rather than using crown spread for individual trees. All that was comments that came from our arborist.
Okay, and that's fine. And I just want to make sure that was your report, but her comments.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
Thank you. That's for the record as well. I should have asked this as part of the preservation land discussion. Recreation property designation, I'm not sure. I know what it means in the sense of, in this particular case, trails and that sort of thing, but can there be, and I think the idea is that trees would be preserved with the exception of perhaps some mulch trails, maybe some paved trails, I don't know. is there a possibility for that recreational designation to allow for tennis courts and ball fields?
It could if it was already being shown on the plan. So because it's a planned development, they're not showing that. They're showing a walking trail. In my opinion, because of if they wanted to make that level of amendment and start impacting that plan, they would need to come back and have that reapproved. The plan category would allow for it, yes, but it would need some approval.
Okay, but that's something we could work into any approval that we
Absolutely.
grant. Okay.
Yes.
All right. The electric vehicle charging stations that were mentioned, I think there were, there were two, I think.
I think
that
there were
being
two,
proposed.
and then we were asking for additional information about,
And were you given any information on, as to what that number is based on?
no.
Okay,
I'll
that was
defer
just
that
their,
to the
their
applicant,
number, to
correct.
kind of.
They
cross-
indicated that a number of the spaces would also be EV capable, meaning that the conduit would be there and they could add the charging stations later, I guess, based on need, but I don't have any additional information on that.
Okay, I do have some further discussions, but for the
Okay.
applicant, okay. The PM drone footage that you mentioned, why hasn't that been done, or was there a reason?
There's a time issue at this point. So, I mean, we were able to get out Monday morning and get the drone footage done. And really, we feel like that the AM peak hour is the more critical in terms of the traffic movements that was being discussed at the previous meeting. You've got to cross the 3 lanes of traffic, get into the U-turn queue, make the U-turn. So that at AM is when that peak hour, is when that's most difficult. So we wanted to show that, or at least give drone footage that showed that condition.
No,
Yeah.
believe me, I saw the 3 of them, and I appreciate it. It looks, one side's really busy, the other side's not. Afternoon, it's just the
reversed.
opposite.
Correct.
And there's an argument, chicken or the egg, what's more important,
Sure.
afternoon or morning or whatever. And I'll save that discussion for our traffic consultant. We'll make sure I've got everything. I think that's it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, you had one more question?
Yeah, just one more question for a clarification standpoint. So if preservation were to be the overlay where the recreation is currently being proposed, could trails be put through preservation as well? Do you know, under our land code?
Let me look that up offline. I don't want to state that incorrectly. I don't think it would. I think it's really meant to be preservation, but let me flip open that section of the and check.
Thank you.
Okay, there being no other questions, I just want to make sure that you want to tender into evidence those 3 addendums that you've been referring to today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any objection to that, Mr. Armstrong? No objection. Okay, do you have any questions or cross-examination for Ms. Vincent? Okay, yes, sir. I know you're close to this microphone. Mayor, is it okay if Mr. Armstrong steps up here to this microphone?
Well, everybody else is in the middle, so I think it's best to give them all the same. In the middle.
Okay, Mr. Armstrong, if you go to the middle then, thank you.
My name is Ed Armstrong. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Hillward Henderson, located at 600 Cleveland Street, Suite 800 in Clearwater. With respect to Ms. Vincent, I have one question. In your professional opinion, does the evidence presented in our application and other materials prove to you that the criteria for approval set forth in your land development code have been met?
It's my opinion that the application and materials submitted, along with the conditions of approval attached to the approval for the preliminary plan development, does meet our land development code and comprehensive plan for preliminary development plan approval at this time.
And that is your professional opinion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Vincent, no, you're not allowed to ask questions. Ms. Vincent, the next Well, I wanted to answer Commissioner Vaticiotis' question before you step down. The answer to the question is set forth in paragraph A of 83.00. It has to be done here. It says that the waiver has to be done in connection with the approval of a preliminary or final development plan. So it has to be done here. You don't do it sometime down the road unless there is a substantial deviation, and then it would have to come back.
So if I could just, it has to be done during the preliminary plan development, I'm sorry,
I thought
development
it
plan
just said
approval.
or final.
Or final. Yeah. So if you want to look at that.
Or
If you-
final,
Or final, preliminary or final.
so it can be done during the final plan approval?
It says in connection with the approval of a preliminary or final development plan. So that will be the next step. The Board of Commissioners may waive or modify any design requirement of the Land Development Code. Yes, you can.
Can do it during the final
Final
plan
development.
Yes.
development.
Yes.
That's,
That
you
was the
said
question
down
you
the
were
road,
Okay.
and that kind of threw me off by what that meant. So,
Okay.
okay,
All
thank
right.
you.
Thank you. Ms. Vincent, do you want to call the traffic engineer first on behalf of the city or the stormwater engineer? It seems like there was a lot more traffic questions. So,
Okay. So yes, we have Rick, I'm sorry, or Linda Hess. Are you on the Zoom call? She is our transportation consultant.
Yes, I'm here.
okay, Ms. Hess, I need to swear you in. If you'd raise your right hand to be sworn under oath, you swear that the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, can you state your full name and maybe a little bit about your expertise in the field?
Okay. My name is Linda Hess. I'm with American Consulting. I've been doing traffic engineering for 10 years, working primarily in traffic planning, forecasting, operational analysis, and traffic planning studies.
Okay, is there any type of presentation that you wanted to make tonight, or are you just here to answer questions?
I am just here to answer questions.
Okay, Mayor, you had the first question about this?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Hess. Good evening.
Good evening.
You received 3 videos provided to you yesterday, and they were recorded from 7:30 a.m. to 8 a.m. Can you please, those videos was probably just a snapshot because it was only half an hour period. Can you, do you feel comfortable that the cars will be safe crossing 3 lanes on US 19, and why?
So I reviewed the videos in order to determine a estimated number of 5-second gaps. And I chose 5 seconds because that is what the developer proposed in the presentation last week. If 5 seconds is adequate time to make that movement, that was not something that as the consultant for the city, we did not perform a full gap study. We watched the 3 videos. I observed how many 5-second gaps were available in the northbound period. And according to those snapshots and from those videos, there were, I forget how many I wrote in the email, but there did seem to be quite a few 5-second gaps. So if the vehicle making the right turn, if 5 seconds is adequate, the videos, did show quite a bit of gaps.
Ms. Hess, in order to make a very good determination, you feel comfortable with that, do you think that you need to see more videos in different times of the day?
I think having videos for the PM peak period would be helpful. I do also think seeing the full gap study that was done by the developer would be helpful. I didn't see the full gap study. I only saw the presentation slides that were presented last week.
So what's your recommendation?
I recommend seeing the full study, and then there will be a permitting procedure that will be done with FDOT as well, since US 19 is a state road.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Attorney.
Vice Mayor, you have a question?
I guess just a quick clarification. So if the process goes to FDOT and FDOT comes back and says it's too much traffic for the roadway, what's the next step? Is it based? I'm trying to figure out who I should be asking this question to, actually. I don't think it's to the traffic engineer, actually. I'll hold off on that one.
Okay. Any other questions?
I do have one question, actually. So the U-turn process on onto the southbound lanes of traffic in the morning, how is that determined from a safety mechanism? Is that evaluated in these, or did you have any chance to weigh in on safety concerns of doing U-turns in the rush hour traffic?
So at this preliminary stage, there wasn't too much that's looking into it. When it goes into design, there's site distance that would be evaluated, storage length, which are all kind of refined once you get into that second step. From a preliminary standpoint, doing the offset left turns, the U-turns, is safer than having a full signal and reduces the amount of conflict points for collisions.
So can you restate that again? A left turn is safer than a full signal?
Yeah, so these offset U-turns that are being provided, what it does is it reduces conflict points for collisions.
Okay. Thanks.
Commissioner Donovan, any questions?
Yeah, is this your diagram that's on the screen right now?
No.
Okay, I had a couple questions about that. So never mind on those. Did you have an opportunity to review the possible Hayes Road entrance exit?
No, I haven't seen any concepts regarding that connection.
Okay, I have no questions then.
Thank you. Commissioner Vaticiotis, any questions of the engineer, traffic engineer?
Yes, the first one was answered by, question was actually Commissioner Donovan's, and I got a question on that. Ma'am, what was your name, please?
Linda Hess.
Hack?
Hess.
Haft, okay. I may mistake in that, but Ms. Haft, were you present during, well, let me ask you, when was the first time you spoke to or present during the discussions with the applicant and staff in any environment?
So I first got involved with the traffic impact review back in June of this year. But my company, I know members of my company have been coordinating with the city and the developer prior to that.
Do you know how long prior to that?
I can find out if you give me a couple seconds here. It was in 2019. I'm just trying to find the exact month. It was May 9th, 2019.
Okay. Were you ever asked about anything other than a singular vehicular access to the site?
When we reviewed the traffic impact analysis, one of our comments was regarding the one entrance. So we did discuss it.
Not just the one entrance, was there ever a discussion about why not a second one?
Yes, I believe that was the comment, why only one entrance was being proposed.
And what were you told at that time?
I have specific response to comments from the developer, but I believe we were told it was something that was being discussed with fire and safety. I can find the actual response. Let me. I'm not seeing the response exactly to that comment. I need to either keep looking or it was discussed in our comment response meeting, but I do remember discussing it.
Since that would have been June of 2020 on your watch, is that correct? Or since your involvement beginning in 2020?
Well, that June is when I became familiar with the project. And then I believe we got a submittal to review. Yes, was in June. And then I believe our comment resolution meeting was completed in July.
Okay. I don't want to belabor the point because it either sounds like you're not really sure that there was a clear response, or are you just not being able to put your finger on it at the moment?
I'm looking through emails right now. I'm trying to find the written response that was given to us from the developer.
For the sake of time, Mr. Trask, can I continue and then come back to this at some other time, or do we have to wait?
Wait, we can continue on. Do you have other questions you wanted to ask?
I do have some questions, another question. With Ms. Haft, I don't know if you can multitask that way, but I need to kind of focus a little bit on this gap study and this mention of the 5-second gap. What does that, from your perspective, mean exactly? That you're being told that you've got 5 minutes to make this lane crossing. What does that mean to you?
So a 5-second gap, the way that it's measured, or how I determine a gap, is if you pick a fixed point and it's from when the bumper of one car crosses that point and then the front bumper of another car passes that point. So you have 5 seconds where a parallel or perpendicular line through the roadway, there's no vehicles.
Okay. So from what I've seen in the traffic analysis information that the developer has submitted, it appears to me that and it's actually shown on their schematic, that the distance from the entrance to the left-hand turn lane that would allow the U-turn to head back south is approximately 450 feet distant from the entrance. How is that? I mean, and it's okay. So that's a statement, a fact that's on the schematic of the traffic reports. And I'm assuming that, and I guess this is where it gets fuzzy. Am I to understand that from your perspective, I think you stated that you believe, if I'm not, just correct me if I'm wrong, that there's sufficient time to make that that cross over 3 lanes in 5 seconds?
I professionally think that it's something that the 5-second time period would need to be discussed with FDOT. That road 19 is, I think it's signed, is it 55 miles per hour out there? But I know the cars are going pretty fast. So, is 5 seconds enough time? Is kind of the first thing I would, would want to determine. 5 seconds could be enough time. The left turn lane for the U-turn is pretty close to the entrance. So that would be, the first thing that I would want to confirm. And then, second, what does the PM peak look like? If you look at the traffic impact analysis, the northbound through traffic in the PM is more than the AM. Now, the vehicles that are leaving the development are less in the PM. But, are there less gaps, due to the increased volumes on 19? Right now, that's, something that I can't confirm without seeing, the data.
Okay, so that's the full gap study that you're talking about. You haven't not seen that.
Correct.
As far as the later part, and you're not, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're not sure if 5 seconds is enough time to make that distance from the entry to the lane change that's being proposed? I'm sorry, the median opening that's being proposed?
And just due to the speed of the roadway, 5 seconds might be kind of tight, for the roadway. I don't know if there's been other gap studies that have been done on US 19 and what they've used, or if the FDOT district for the county has something that they prefer to use, in gap studies for this type of facility, for this type of roadway, for the amount of traffic. That's something I would need to consult with FDOT on.
Okay. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just trying to get some understanding. We've got the developer telling us one thing. Last week, we really did not have you there. And I very much appreciate you being here and providing this information and what you've looked at and what you haven't. Yeah. I have additional questions for the developer's traffic engineer later. But let me ask you, as a traffic engineer, are you aware of the state's unsafe lane change statute?
The actual statute?
Well, what the proper method is for changing lanes. Let me put it that way. That crossing lanes directly from one to the other. And I guess it's a judgmental thing. If you look to your left and you don't see any traffic, you just try and make it, as quick as you can. But if you don't, then I guess you've got to pause in one lane, check to see if there's anybody in the next before you move to the next, and so forth. The reason why I'm asking this, and just let me qualify my question, this was another matter that I spoke with Ms. Terpani as far as from my perspective, not hers, of the realistic aspect of this lane, of this median opening being 450 feet from the entrance. And I think the consensus was that it would be better to go down to Beckett Way, where there was a traffic light, and make a U-turn there. I'm not sure how all this plays in with this, but are you comfortable stating tonight that based on the information that you've seen, that what the developer is proposing for an egress is acceptable or satisfactory from a safety perspective?
From a planning level, I would say, based on the information presented, yeah, it seems, seems safe.
That's with the 5-second crossing.
Right. So, if 5 seconds is an adequate time for the vehicles exiting the development to make the U-turn based solely on the AM drone videos, I watch, if I take the number of 5 seconds gaps that I saw for that video and multiplied it out for an hour, and then I have the number of cars that are coming out of the development, there were an adequate number of gaps for the projected vehicles. Yes.
Okay. And the PM is unknown at this point.
Correct.
To the extent that you'd like to have more data on that.
Correct.
Okay. I think that's what I have.
Thank you. Mr. Armstrong, do you have cross-examination? Okay.
I've got one question for you. Can I do that?
Okay, while he's coming up here, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, Ms. Hess, so you mentioned that it's adequate enough time to get across the 3 lanes to do a U-turn on US 19, but is there adequate enough time to do a U-turn onto the southbound lanes for the amount of cars leaving the entrance projected?
I did not count the gaps in the video for the southbound direction. I focused only on the northbound.
Okay, so that's unknown then, right?
Unless unless the developer has it in their gap study, which I have not seen.
All right, thank you.
So Ms. Hess, you have some questions from Mr. Armstrong.
Good evening, Ms. Hess. My name is Ed Armstrong. I'm an attorney representing the property, the contract buyer who is the applicant. I just have 2 short questions for you. I listened carefully to your testimony. I don't believe you said categorically that a 5-second gap was insufficient. That's not your view, is it?
5 seconds could be sufficient. Yes, it's possible 5 seconds would be enough time. I would need to look into it. I personally haven't looked into that analysis yet because I have not seen the gap study where 5 seconds was developed, but it could be a sufficient time period. Yes.
Okay. And one final question. I believe you did testify that based upon the information provided, your professional opinion was that the proposed traffic plan was safe. Did I understand that correctly?
Not the traffic plan, but I would say the offset U-turn for the one entrance, yes, for the volumes.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Hess. Appreciate. I don't see there's any more questions from the commission. There's no questions for Mr. Armstrong. So, Ms. Vincent, we have next the stormwater expert. I believe that you mentioned a person by the name of Rick. Is he available by Zoom?
Mr. Trask, I have a
Rick,
question.
are you still with us?
I'm sorry?
I have a question procedurally.
Mhm.
If an expert's testimony triggers something
Yes, I am. I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time unmuting myself.
that should be answered by Ms. Vincent,
Mhm.
when do we get an opportunity to ask that question?
If we get to the end of all the witnesses and you have additional questions, we can go back. If you want another witness called back, you have the absolute right to have him called back.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry, Renee. So Rick is available?
Yes.
Okay, and what is Rick's name?
Rick, can you please pronounce your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Rick Aguiar. I'm with Bridges and Maple.
Okay, sir. I need you to raise your right hand. I'm going to swear you're under oath. You swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, if you could just tell us a little bit about your expertise in the field, and then there's going to be some questions for you.
Yes, sir. I've been in the civil engineering field for over 37 years. The last 30 or so have been specifically dedicated to mostly drainage and drainage analysis.
Okay. So I'm going to ask the commission. Mayor, do you have questions for this individual? No, sir. Vice Mayor, do you have questions?
I've got just a couple quick ones. Rick, can you just confirm based on the plans that you've seen that there's not going to be runoff from pervious land and it's going to go to treatment ponds before it goes into the Anclote River?
I'll preface it by saying I don't have a detailed grading plan or detailed plans, but based on the just general overall plans, the number of ponds and the pond locations, yes, it does look like the runoff will be all directed towards all the stormwater management facilities.
I have no further questions.
Commissioner Donovan, you have any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Vaticiotis, do you have any questions for
Yeah,
this
I
witness?
do. Just for clarity, you reviewed the drainage and grading plan, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The answer is yes, okay. My interest is in Ms. Vincent's staff report. There was a comment, if I saw it correctly, of a retaining wall, some kind of an abutment that would be at the north boundary of what's referred to as the city's wedge property, which would be located adjacent at the south side of the entrance. The developer also shows a driveway cut into that wedge property. Do you see the two design features conflicting with each other as far as vehicular access into that wedge property for parking?
I mean, to answer the, I mean, are you speaking specifically to the grading and access and the maneuver to access the site, right, related to the retaining wall?
Not the maneuver, the vertical alignment, I guess, is what I'm getting at. If you're going from a higher elevation, which would be the driveway entrance, to what has been now graded to a higher level, and then there's a retaining wall that has been, it's being planned on the north side of the this wedge property, and then there's also a driveway cut that's shown with curbs. I'm not sure exactly how all that's supposed to work, and that's
Yes,
why
we don't, or at least I don't have the sufficient detail to make a final determination, but in overall, it can be designed, or it would need to be designed to obviously make that turning movement.
So what you're saying is whatever it is, it can be designed to allow for a vehicle to access that.
I'm saying, yeah, with the grades showing, you know, they will need to make sure that, yes, that it can make the transition, but it should be.
Grade change, that might be a little ambitious.
I'm sorry, what?
He asked you what your question was. He didn't understand.
Oh, I think what you're saying is you didn't have the grading in front of you, and I'm saying that you're saying it could be designed, but if there's a significant grade change between the driveway and the existing elevation of the wedge property, that might be a little ambitious to design that.
Actually, so I mean, what I'm saying is I don't have full design plans, but the grade elevations that you talk about is roughly, so from the driveway elevations they're roughly 9 down to like a grade of about 7. That's a 2-foot drop. It can be achieved, you know, with some driveway slopes that may be a little steep, but it can be doable.
6 feet change in elevation.
No, sir, not 6. I mean, I'm talking about 9 from at least from where I can see, the elevation with proposed elevation is 9. The existing elevation of the driveway is about 7.
So 2 foot. Okay, that's good. Thank you. That's it, Mr. Trask.
All right, thank you. Mayor, we're running out of time. Do you want to?
Yes.
extend?
It's 11:38. We need to extend the time if the board is wishing.
I've got a question for the attorney. If time is not extended, what happens?
The meeting needs to be continued then to another time because the applicant has not even had the opportunity to present any of his evidence. So
Would it need to be advertised at all if a continuation were to happen?
no, it would not have to be advertised again, just so long as we made note at this meeting when the next meeting was going to take place. So for example, if you set it for January 12th, we would just make it known tonight.
Okay.
I mean, I want to express some concern. I know there's going to be a large amount of public comment on this item. I know the applicant wants to make sure that they get everything they have to present. I'm not interested in going past 12:15. That's a half hour from now. I think the mental capacity of all of us being up throughout the day and all the different things that we've had, and I find some issues with that. So I would be surprised if we could get through all public comment by 12:15 though. So I would like to at least have some discussion for continuation at some point to a time certain. I'm not sure if anybody else on the board is interested in doing that.
Mayor, if I
Half an
may-
hour really is not going to be enough to,
I agree.
for the applicant to make their presentations and all the testimony that they have. So my recommendation is to continue that to the next meeting, which is January 12th.
And Mayor,
The next meeting will be January 12th.
can we talk about that?
Of course, we can talk about it.
I'd like to do it sooner. And the reason why is that between now and January, there's going to be some questions that we have of the developer between now and later. And one of the thoughts that I had was to provide the developer an opportunity to hear everything. The one thing that I've got concerns about is that we're rushing into this. Ms. Vincent is working extremely hard. Our staff is working extremely hard. The traffic engineer hasn't seen all the data that's available. And we're being pushed into making a decision at the end of this meeting, whether it ends tonight or June 12th, January 12th. And if we end it tonight now, and we don't meet again January 12th, at the end of January 12th, there's going to be, I think, a number of more questions that we have that need to be answered. And so my rationale is to get those questions on the table as soon as possible, to maybe meet in January for answers to those. If the commission doesn't want to address the project in terms of the ordinance as a approve or deny this evening. So I think if this is what the commission wants to do, take it to January 12th. I have no issue with that, but I just want to make sure everyone here from my perspective understands that there's a number of questions I still have that I need to hear from the developers' representatives. And then perhaps that would help some of the commissioners as well to maybe want answers to those questions as well. Because I know the traffic engineer for the developer isn't going to be able to answer some of the questions I have. I know that for a fact because I've already done my research. And so I want to be able to get those into the traffic engineer's hands to be able to do that and come back to us. But I don't want to do that I want to do that as part of this public meeting process rather than if I'm even able to write these out and send them and get responses. I'm not sure that can be done. I just would like to keep that in the open to be able to do that publicly. So, and to Commissioner Carr's comments, I agree with you 100%. I sent an email today about being concerned about going past too much after midnight because of the exact thing that you're discussing. So I'm with you on that. It's just trying to figure out when we would have to reconvene this part of the meeting. I prefer to try and do it sooner, but not till January.
Mayor, can I make a motion to extend the meeting 10 minutes to 11:55 to finish comments?
Go ahead.
Second.
Roll call, please. To what time?
11:55.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. I'm not in favor to have another meeting before the 12th of January. We have holidays, people already have made plans and all that. I don't think there'll be, I'm not in favor for that till.
Not just a one issue meeting, one item meeting?
Well, it's, people have plans already.
A couple comments to make, and the attorney could clarify further. It's not, our meetings, it's a second reading. There wouldn't be another meeting after that, is my understanding on how, I mean, it's procedurally, that's how it's worked in the past, and I believe it's going to work with this one also. So if you do have further questions for the applicant, I think it's good to either get them in an email to them or somehow get it to them before the next meeting that we set. From a meeting standpoint, I mean, I would be happy to schedule a special meeting specifically for this application, so we don't have anything in front of it that delays it getting pushed into the late hour of the night. I think it's good to address this one first and go after it and figure it out and get the public comment in, so they have to wait again through a whole meeting. I mean, if there's a special meeting that we could do, if it's the 19th of January or if it's a Monday or Thursday, the first week or first or second week of January, I'm happy to do any of those days myself. So I just want to, I think that would be the best approach, is put this on the meeting itself so we could hash out anything else that's pending on this and move forward.
After the Epiphany.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that, after the Epiphany.
I'm not, I mean, whatever the three decide, but I'm not sure what we're getting at. Do something the first week of January?
City Attorney.
Yes.
When we come back, being this is a continuation.
Yes.
We're going to start from the testimony of the applicant, right? Since we already finished with the.
Well, we're not really finished with the cities because Mr. Armstrong has the ability to cross-examine this witness that's currently on the stand, and that is your stormwater expert. In addition to that, it's my understanding that Ms. Vincent said that Paul Smith was going to be available to testify as to the reclaimed water issue. So that would have to be done. And if there are no other witnesses that the city would bring forward, then we would go into the applicant's case. But we're not going to have Ms. Vincent go all over what she did tonight at the next meeting. We're just going to start where we left off. So we need to make sure that this witness who's testifying right now, Rick, the stormwater guy, I can't pronounce his last name, I'm sorry. He's going to be, we're going to have to make him available.
Okay, so we'll start from that.
Yes,
in
sir.
The next meeting.
Yes, sir.
Mr. City Attorney, the applicant wants to say something.
I think he wants to address the issue of the continuance and his thoughts on that.
Okay.
Yes, sir. This applicant has worked very, very hard. We had our first reading last week. While we were technically approved 4-0, the message from this commission was very clear that there was a lot of questions that needed to be answered, and do not take it for granted by any stretch of the imagination that we would be approved tonight. We have worked feverishly on our end at significant expense to get every answer we possibly can. And it's nobody's fault, I guess, that we couldn't get to our item until, probably 10 o'clock tonight. But we would implore you to have a hearing on our matter much sooner rather than later, perhaps early January. I don't know what the appetite is, and sometime in December, but I think that it's fair. We've devoted immense resources. This has really proven to be quite a burden to this applicant, and we just want to get it heard as soon as we can. We think that's fair. And to the extent that we can get feedback from the commission about questions and concerns to allow us to better prepare for whenever the meeting is set, that is immensely helpful for us. It makes it more likely that all of us can get to resolution sooner rather than later.
Sure.
Because we don't want a series of continuances.
I'm sorry.
You're not allowed to speak right now, so that's clear.
I was recognized by the mayor.
Yes. Go ahead.
We would just ask you consider our remarks, and particularly the idea of if there are questions or additional concerns, we want the opportunity to address them proactively in advance of whenever the next meeting day is set. Again, I think that maximizes the likelihood we can get to closure, whatever that is, sooner rather than later.
The recommendation of the vice mayor was to dedicate one night just for this meeting. So that way it will be no other items to make sure we finish it up.
I think that would be helpful.
Vice Mayor, that was your recommendation. The next meeting, the next regular meeting is January 12th, but we can have one before that, you said, and after the Epiphany. So is that going to be 7 or 8 or 11?
We need to, Mayor, if you can, I think the clerk's looking to make sure a conflict with another meeting on the 7th or the 11th for the schedule of meetings. That would be one thing that would determine that. If the 7th and 11th are available for everybody here.
Let's see, it's possibly available. I don't have the January calendar in front of me, but on those days, we don't have anything on the first Thursday that would affect the evening time slot.
Be the first Thursday or second Monday.
The second Monday would only be if historic preservation changed from the 4th due to the holidays, which I don't have in front of me.
Can we do it on the 7th then?
Usually the first Monday is historic preservation, but if it's moved from the 4th to the 11th, that I don't know due to the holidays.
I believe we did move it. I
I think you did.
So I think the 7th would be the better choice at this point. I don't know of anything.
7 or 8, I guess.
It's a Friday.
Friday.
Yeah,
I
so
work on
That's-
Fridays.
We could get pizza.
Fine,
if we
fine
need
with
to.
us. We'll be here.
I guess the 7th.
Yeah, I would make a motion to move a continuation of the meeting where we're at to January 7th, 2021 at, is there a time I need to put on there? 6 o'clock, is that,
Need a time,
I mean,
so everybody in the audience knows.
6 o'clock? I think that's,
6 p.m. is good. Okay, so this is your motion?
yes.
Second.
Here, are we going to end the meeting with this? Because I have a question concerning, we're not terminating anything. as
You
far
got
as-
3 minutes left for the time to expired.
Yeah, this is the motion to continue the meeting until January 7th, 2021 at 6 PM. That's the motion.
I have a question for Mr. Trask about this.
You only got 3 minutes left. Roll call, please.
7th is good.
Are you asking that question or are we doing?
No, it sounds like the mayor went to roll call, so it's
Roll
fine.
call.
I'll just deal with it later. Thank you.
Kiotis,
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr.
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas.
Yes, thank you. The only thing we have left is the staff comments and the board comments. The only thing I would like to say is, I would like to wish to everyone Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Vice Mayor, you got,
Just want to apologize to the public that were here in attendance tonight that didn't have a chance to speak yet in this application. We do appreciate your diligence and willingness to stay throughout the application and the meeting. Looking forward to hearing from you in January. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, to echo the thoughts of the vice mayor, I apologize to everybody that was in attendance tonight and on Zoom for not getting around to this one. I guess we couldn't anticipate the public comments from the first one, but I'm glad that the public hearing will continue on January 7th.
Commissioner Vaticius?
No, Mayor, my sentiments are the same as Vice Mayor Carr's and Commissioner Donovan's.
Okay. Adjourn at 11:54 p.m.